but it was not being applied to debt. I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around, and it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19, and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bust hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for them.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Citi TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs? Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
The conversations that help you shape your spiritual journey as a Christian. Find the answers you seek. Catch the 700 Club with Pat Robertson every Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. on Citi TV. It's inspiration. It's the word. The teachings.
When is your time? When is your season? When is your turn? No amount of lies, no amount of liars, political liars, financial liars, family liars, hatred or spiritual liars, no amount of it can stop you.
Tune in to Voice of Inspiration with Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Citi TV.
Comprehensive news. The Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. on Citi TV is your most engaging news bulletin on TV.
It's a very that's too bad. The youth are still throwing stones. They are still throwing stones here into our direction. And can I come in? I want to come in. Okay.
Telling your stories better with correspondents covering every corner of the country.
Getting access to potable water is a daily struggle for residents of Kakichekopi and Balekopi communities in the Ada East district of the Greater Accra region.
Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. Very fluent with issues that concern you.
This is quite a Mr. Rabbi. Someone is in a bread. Told you kind of 1 week. What do you say?
Is it unfair? What all this? What all this? We are dying! We are dying! We are dying for charcoal!
With Citi Newsroom, your community is now connected.
In this our community, all of us we are very sorry about this school. If we went to see the children, they are so small, even my grandchildren are there, my grandsons are there. If they come out from the school, I have this.
Every day at 8 p.m., Citi Newsroom is live on Citi TV.
Welcome again to the Election Bureau. Once again, this is the GH Election Blitz with me, Emmanuel Sapon. And you know the business. Anytime I come to your screens, I'm here to bring you the highlights on what's going on the world of social media in regards to the ongoing Ghana elections. It's day 2. We should know everybody's smoothness level. But in the meantime, some results have been declared in some constituency, and one of the constituencies that was one to watch was the Ayawa West constituency. And guess what? It was a heels versus boots agenda right there, because Lydia Alassane was going head-to-head with John Dumelo. And guess who took the day? Lydia. And social media did not spare John Dumelo at all. And someone, Michael Schofield, said John Dumelo moved from Eyezu to Eyesu. Oh my goodness. Asabri says someone is using the laptop he got Mr. Dumelo to do John Dumelo agenda. Okay, NDC, would you stand next year? And that is the reaction of Dumelo's face, according to Impulse Buy-in. Saibu says, I hear John Dumelo is going around to take back all the corona rice he distributed. At this time, she'll say the rice finished. Bernard says, I Claire, viewing Ayawa West from afar. Laptop collection mood activated. Spider-Man Jumana say. My oh my. Alright, so Kobe Katili says, after what has happened to Dumelo, no, you still believe politics is about popularity? LOL. Hey, my leader be hard pass. Yes, indeed. I think you could call this boots for heels, and heels definitely took the day. Son of Julius says, gutters thems or Dumelo tier. But still, my leader Lasham simple. Hey, woman go show you. The agenda never stops. Beyond Control says John Dumelo in your left and Ghana Dimu. You're right. All right. Papi Kojo says, I'm with you, Mr. Dumelo. I cried in 2016, but I am with you. So those of you remember what happened to Papi Kojo in 2016, he had quite a number of popular songs during that season, during that era, and he didn't get a single award. I think a nomination at the 2016 Ghana Music Award. So he's definitely understanding how Mr. Dumelo is feeling right now. So yeah, that's about it for Dumelo's tweets, and back to you. Oh, but wait, before that, some people actually believe that John Dumelo, though might have lost the seat at Ayawa West, he might just pass on to be the first deputy member of parliament elect. And Ayawa West work on consistency. This is according to Thought Pillow. So as you can see there, he says, congratulations, John Dumelo. So there you have it. Unfortunately, John Dumelo couldn't take over the seat. So my leader gets to retain the seat fully, since their husband passed away.
Don't talk much. Yeah, I just show action.
Man, Charlie, don't mess with Ghanaians, man. Don't mess with Ghanaians, man. I don't know how John Dumelo is feeling right now. Maybe, just maybe, after we watch this video. All right, now another thing that we realized on social media was that the Bawumizi effect has happened in the northern sector of the country, because we've seen a number of flip-flops where constituencies that were naturally NDC strongholds have now been flip-flopped into Bawumizi strongholds.
Hey, Asemo.
Exactly. The Bawumia effect has taken full control in the north, where the MPP has fortunately gained some seats in there, and social media went bizarre because they are giving credit to Bawumia's effect ever since he became the vice president of the current president, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. And this is what some of you had to say. Alright, so let's do some Bawumizi reactions, and starting off with that, we have Manche B. Ago, and he says, from the figures coming from the northern regions, Vice President Bawumia clearly won us the election. He's proving himself. Okay, Nibasak says the northern region is now a stronghold for the MPP. Bawumia effect, North is falling for MPP. Alright, Lord Kujo, or from our own Franklin Kujo of Imani, Africa, irrespective of who wins, it's clear that Bawumia is the greatest asset for the MPP. You dump him and say bye to progress. He must begin to be more assertive though. Then it says, Bawumia really worked for the North there. Give Showboy. MPP getting more votes than 2016. If we reach Kumasi, then we sorry. Hey, who? That's right. Onibanya says the MPP must consolidate their gains in the northern regions by giving Bawumia the nod to lead in 2024. His effect on the trend of votes in the regions has been tremendous. Fantastic guy, great impact. Thoughts Pillow again says the way Bawumia is getting funds, the Amado. All right, so there you have it. Bawumizi effect all throughout the northern region. Let's see how it fares in the total elections for the presidency. All right, now moving on to other exciting content on social media. What we saw identified on social media: skirt and blouse. Now, this is the first time for some people you are hearing this. What is skirt and blouse? I mean, you've seen it in the trends. You're wondering what it's about. I'm going to speak to someone who is going to tell us in layman terms what skirt and blouse voting means.
So the skirt and blouse voting is a kind of system where a voter decides to vote for two different candidates belonging to two different political parties. So, for example, in the Clote-Kole constituency, where we have Citi FM, Citi TV, a voter decides that I'm going to vote in this general election. When the voter goes, the voter decides to vote for the presidential elections. When he looks at the candidates in the particular presidential election, the voter decides to vote for GUM in that particular election for president. In the same constituency where the voter is also supposed to, or is expected to vote for a parliamentary candidate. But in voting for the parliamentary candidate, this time he didn't vote for the candidate belonging to the GUM party. He decides that he's going to vote for a parliamentary candidate belonging to the CPP. In this case, that particular voter has decided to go for the skirt and blouse. So instead of voting for GUM presidential and GUM parliamentary, he goes for GUM presidential, CPP parliamentary. So this is what we mean by skirt and blouse anytime we talk about it in the news or we talk about it during our analysis.
All right, now this is the first time you are hearing the word, or you're hearing these words, skirt and blouse. Some of you tweeted by saying, for example, 1,000 says skirt and blouse everywhere. Electorate voting based on works and not family ties or brand, and that's a win. Rexford Casey also said, "Charlie, no be small skirt and blouse. Menace vote." And then Selby also says that I like the skirt and blouse voting. Certain areas are no longer strongholds. If you don't work for the people, then you will leave the seat. And then Kwan Jr. or Style says, so the skirt and blouse, them they vote who go where am. Now, I won't call this international news sort of, because this man who is quite popular, for those of you who know Ovation magazine, his name is Dele Mamudu, unfortunately happened to be on the bad side of Ghanaians, because I think he poked his nose into businesses that are not his. And in the tweet, as you can see, he talked about the fact that lights have gone off in some areas when the counting of votes was underway, and Ghanaians did not spare him at all. So let us take you through some of the reactions that came our way when he tweeted that. Well, on to some Dele Mamudu tweets or reactions. Bernard Kweku Okai says, stick to interviewing #BB Niger contestants. That's your feel. Ouch. Kobe Dexter says, no brother bomb me past Dele Mamudu. He won't think about his country. No wonder the video called him my guy. Right. Lumbamba says lights have been going off all over in Nigeria. We don't see you tweet about it. Rest. Queen Kali says Dele Momodu needs to mind his business and focus on his country. All right, so there you have it. Entertaining reactions all through right here on the Election Bureau. Don't forget that the hashtag is Election Bureau, and also you could hashtag GH Elections. When you tweet at us, you can tweet at me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, everywhere, anywhere, social media, and also at Citi TV GH. Don't forget Citi 97.3, which is also the radio wing of the Election Bureau production. Till I come your way with some more, don't forget to keep the conversation going, to keep the interactions popping, and guess what? You just might appear on TV. See you next time.
I'm Bismarck from Accra. I've been dating this girl for about 4 years now, and we really love each other and want to spend the rest of our lives together. Problem now is that she went to church and the pastor asked her if she's in a relationship with a man, if she's in a relationship and a man should come and ask for her hand in marriage, will she go ahead to marry the guy, or will she choose to stay in her current relationship? She said she replied that she will choose the marriage proposal. After her answer, the pastor told her that if she is indeed in a relationship, she should advise herself. Here lies the case. We both don't want to lose each other. But with what the pastor said, my girlfriend said she's very confused, doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to lose me either. I felt so heartbroken after she told me this. I'm confused too. What should I or we do? We need your advice.
She's ready to marry a complete stranger, and for me, that's worrying.
I feel like she's trying to force this guy's hand. I don't understand why anybody's confused. There's nothing to be confused about.
When you're with a guy for that long, like they're saying, definitely at the back of her mind, as long as there's no ring, she doesn't value the relationship.
Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready and secure. You decide.
There are those with untold stories, unraveled feats, life-changing stories, and lasting legacies. They tell their stories themselves on footprints. Yes.
Oh, at some point, we are taking the step. Unfortunately, he was dragging the country into an abyss. Yeah. So we saw it. But they have held power, the guns and so forth. Who were we to? We just watched. But by, I believe, 74-5, the country was seeing through him. That this man was a total misfit.
But he was a happy man.
But because in Akanda, there's a proverb.
Be inspired by their hard work and resilience that led to their outstanding achievements as we trace their footsteps through time.
Lincoln, we have one of our, school member died or whatever, so we have to go there and perform during the funeral, whatever. And then I was feeling thirsty, so there was but those days it's not like pure water or whatever. They sell the water in the bottle. Yeah, stuff like that. So there was a bottle there. I thought it was just a water. No, it was aquatation, So I just took it when I drank it, before I realized, Charlie. So what happened to me? I was like, Charlie, I'll never touch it. So since then, I've never touched alcohol.
Okay, so you didn't drink alcohol, and you never smoked?
Smoke, no way. No.
Really?
Never.
Wow.
Never.
Then who comes out of the car? Chachu Chikata and Kojo Chikata. And Chachu told me that they have, Kojo was sick since the morning and he has been tortured and whatnot, and they have come for medical attention. Of course, naturally, I have to look after them, even though they are very close relatives. So I look at Kojo, I examine him, I notice that he's definitely been tortured. And then there was blood, deep-seated blood in the ears. You can see that clearly.
So join me, Samuel Atamensa, and my guests every Saturday at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 4 p.m. for Footprints, only on Citi TV.
Footprint is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited, experts in shipping logistics.
This is your election bureau. If you are listening on radio, it's 97.3 Citi FM. If you're watching us on television, this is Citi TV. My name is Bernard Avle, and I'm here with my man Kojo.
Joe.
Yeah, so Kojo is the data guy, and we are here by our dashboard. We're going to give you an overview of where we are, and this is really a countdown to knowing who's won the 2020 election. One of the most fascinating races of our time.
Yeah.
And it's been really interesting.
It's been interesting. And when we were talking to Sixtus from the conference center, somebody tweeted at us and he said, you guys, let's get this down with so that we can go back to the conference center for what we do best on the 24th. I think a lot of people are anxious. They want to see, I don't want to use the word anxious, expectant. Because anxiety is not possible.
But I think that the fact that EC has removed the self-imposed 5 p.m. deadline today has calmed a lot of nerves.
Yes, and there was also a concern. The EC said they were going to share results with all of us. Now, I've seen them tweeting a lot of the results, the parliamentary results. So, for example, Asin Central, you asked about it earlier. Kennedy Ohene Japan has retained the Asin Central seat, and the EC has been tweeting.
So, EC has started announcing results. Yes, that suggests they have the results now.
But what they are doing is that with the parliamentary, they just announce the winner, their constituency, and the vote they got.
Okay.
They don't give us the breakdown of the others. Okay. But that gives us a sense of how things are going.
New development, whilst we went off for a quick break, the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency is back in the news. Yeah. John Dumelo says what?
He says he's written to the Electoral Commission district officer for a recount.
Okay.
Because he feels there were some inconsistencies in the counting.
It was a razor-thin margin.
Yes, and that in some areas he feels his figure was swapped for, so flipped or flopped for Lydia Seram Al-Hassan.
So if guys, if you have the John Dumelo numbers with Lydia Seram Al-Hassan, you can put that up for us to see. We just want to be. This is
okay.
Parliamentary.
So let's see if we can pull that up here.
Because this is probably one of the closest. I think it was as close as the Ewadakun versus Ejakun one.
So this is Ayawaso West Wogon, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So Accra is telling me it won't go.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
We're trying to find it. Yes. Ayawaso West Wogon is very small.
Yes. So. Okay. Ayawaso West Wogon, right?
39,851 Lydia Seram Al-Hassan, 37,778. This is John Dumelo. So you're really looking at 2,100 votes. Compare that to 2016.
Yes.
32,000, 22,000. This is a 10,000
gap
that Mr. Dumelo has.
Close by some 8,000 votes.
Amazing. So he's going for a recount.
Yes, he says he's written to the EC and he wants a recount.
Let's remind people what we know of presidential so far. Before we went off for a break, we had 172 constituencies in, nicely distributed, and the percentage proportion. How many do we have now?
Well, we have about 190 to 195 constituencies counted.
And what's the proportion?
Nane Akufo-Addo 51.66, that's what we are getting. And John Dramani Mahama 47.13.
So we have over 80 constituencies still to come in.
Yeah.
So this is not a clear picture yet. It will keep updating as the program goes on. So what we've decided to do is to walk you through the parliamentary journey. Now, if you didn't watch the first part of the show, it's live it's on YouTube, you can watch it. But what we started with Upper East Region, 15 constituencies in all. NDC won the majority. There's only one, the MPP won Binduri. That was a net loss of 2 because they had 3 before. Yeah. Then we had the Upper West Region, which had 11 constituencies. The NPP had 5 in 2016. It drops to 3. But there was a nice mix of gaining and losing. Then the Northeast Region, and if you can show us the map, Northeast Region had 6 constituencies. It was split down the middle, 3 MPP, 3 NDC in 2016. MPP has moved to 4. NDC has reduced to 2. So it's 4-2 instead of 3-3. Then we have the Savannah Region, 7 constituencies. It was 6-1 for NDC. It's now 4-3. Yeah. So Northeast and Savannah for parliamentary favoring NDC in terms of gains. Yeah. Sorry, favoring MPP, forgive me. Favoring MPP in terms of gains. Gain 1 in Northeast, gain an extra 2 in Savannah. Lost 2 in, what do you call it? Upper East. They lost the Navrongo Central and also lost Boku West. and then the 5 they had in 2016 has now reduced to 3. That's the picture for the northern part. We haven't brought you the northern region because we don't have all the information. Then we moved down to where? Central region.
Yes, we came down to Central where we saw what happened in the Kofifi, what happened in Ejumako, what happened in the Agona area, the Sen North, and the various changes we are seeing in the Central region. And one of the key races that people were looking, people really watched this year, that was the Ejumako Enyan race, Dr. Rashid and then Dr. Atuforsin. We also looked at Infansiman, where the late MP's wife has now won the Infansiman constituency.
So the big story in the Central region was NDC flipped the region. That it's justified to use that word because they had lost it massively. 19 seats going to MPP, only 4 for NDC. NDC maintained the 4 and added 8. So for the 23, it's now 12 to MDC, 11 to MPP, split down the middle. Let's take you to another region that's very interesting. Now, the Western region. Now, the Western region in 2016 was just one region.
Yeah.
Now it's been broken into 2. So there's Western, North, and Western. Remind us of the demarcation.
Okay, so this is the Western region. And so if you zoom in this way, you're going to see all these areas as being part of the Western region. So there's the Sekendi, there's Takrade, there's...
I'll explain that shortly. Just want to let you... So we have 200 now. So we're moving pretty fast now. We have 200 presidential results, and the split is on your screen. We have the MPP 52.4, the NDC 46.4, forgive me, but the numbers keep coming. What is important with these numbers is to know where they're coming from. So don't worry. We'll give you the breakdown so you know what's going on there. So the Western region has the old Western region started from Bia West.
Yeah.
Then there's Bia East, Bodi, Joaboso, Sefirioso, which is the capital of Western North, Bibieni, Amiaso Bekwai, Sefia Kontombra, Suaman, or Swaman, I will win. So this is Western North. Good. Then you have Western region starting from...
If I zoom in a bit and come this way.
Good. Jomoro. This is where Nkrofo is.
Yeah.
This is where Sami Nkrumah used to be MP. This is Elembele.
Freddie Blay.
This is Evale Jomoro Jira.
The former minister of is it
tourism.
Culture, tourism. And,
So this is strong in Zima. Kwame Nkrumah is iconic here. Then you have Ahanta West, which is really the buffer between Zima and maybe the Fanti in Takrade. Greater Takrade has 5 constituencies, right?
Yeah.
So you have Efia, Kwesimintim. Now, it used to be called Efia Kwesimintim Assembly. So there's Efia, there's Kwesimintim, there's Takrade, there's Sekendi. So Sekendi, Takrade, right?
Yeah.
Then there's Esikadu Ketan. These are the 5 that make up Takrade. Now, whether you are Sekendi Hazakes or 11 Wise is a different conversation. But those are 2 strong teams. There's Sekendi Hazakes, Akarakachi, Akarakacha. Those of you know. And there's also 11 Wise. In fact, it's a big rivalry, right?
Yeah.
Then there's Shama, and then there's Mpoho. These are around Takrade. Then there's something else. So I always divide the Western region into 4. As in the old Western, there's Western North.
So you have your Western North.
Then I have Greater Takrade.
You have your Nzima people.
Then I have my Nzima. Then I have what I call the mining enclave. The mining enclave have about 4. Just walk me through.
So you have the Takoyan Basin. I always prefer calling it the Takoyan Basin because in geology, it's a very important asset for the country.
Good.
So you have your Takwa in Swahili, you have your Pristia Huni Valley, you have your Mpoho.
And then you have Wassa East. And then you have Amenfi East, Amenfi West, Amenfi Central.
Yeah.
So Takwa, Pristia, huge for mining.
Yeah, Goldfields, Anglo Gold, other mining companies at the height of small-scale mining, including illegal mining. You'll see these people mining just by the roadside.
And we used to be told that Wase Kropon is the capital of illegal mining.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's correct, but there's Wassa East, Wassa West, and Amenfi Central. So this is the way I interpret it. Typically, Takrade and the communities around it would vote for the MPP.
Yeah.
Western North, cocoa growing, will vote for NDC. The Nzima constituencies are like the coastal constituencies in Accra. They are moody.
Yeah.
Then there's Takwa as well. The mining communities are open for competition.
Yeah.
Great. Now, what was the situation in 2016 for Parliament for Western Region in total? So take us there.
Let's look at it this way.
Ooh, blue, a green gash, and a lot of green up.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So there's a blue patch, there's a small green gap here. What is this green gap? Elembele, Amakofibua. What is this blue? Jomoro. What is this other blue? Takwa and Suayem, one of the largest constituencies. In fact, the two largest constituencies in the Western region are Takwa and Suayem and Prestia Huni Valley. All right. Then there is Evaluate Ajomoro. So these three, one green, two blue, 2016. Then you have a whole lot of blue here. Shama, blue, MPP. Esikado Ketan Jogate, MPP. Ahanta West, MPP. Mpoho, MPP. Takwa and Suayem, MPP by a whole lot. Now, quick point here.
Takwa this, or you want to see the
Prestia Huni Valley was skirt and blouse. MPP won the parliamentary, NDC won the presidential. So it wasn't a done deal. Barbara Otinjesi will tell you what happened to her. Show me the Takrady constituencies. All MPP. Shama, MPP. 5340. Atopamford. He was a deputy minister. Esuka Duketan, minister for railway. 6035. MPP. Kwesi Mintim. This guy is head of NACA. Education guy. This is the new guy. The old guy, 6426. Easy MPP. Takrady, this is the regional minister. Ochredako Mensa, 7030. No problems. Second D. Where is Second D? You're so small, I can't find you. You're in some corner. No, Second D, there it is.
Yeah, good.
They call it Sekunde, 6040. So, comfortable for NPP.
Yeah.
Great. Now, because of the redemarcation, Western North, we don't have the full results yet, so we're going to wait. We expect NDC to win Western North. So let's talk about what's happened now.
Okay.
You need to go to the screen and show us the breakdown. So of the 17 constituency seats, the MPP held 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the NDC had only 4.
Yeah.
12 plus 4, 16. I've missed one. Yeah, but it was...
So you're looking at... Let's start counting them. Bia East.
No. I'm talking about just Western.
Oh, you don't want us to go into the general Western region?
Yes, because they had Elembele, they had Amenfi West, they had Amenfi Central, and they had Wassa East. And they had, Wassa East. So those were the 4.
Okay.
Elembele, Amenfi Central, Amenfi West, Wassa East. Now, what has happened?
Well, we are seeing some changes.
Show me 2020.
For example, this one. Take a good look at this particular Enzima seat. Evaluate Ajomoro Jura, which was occupied by Catherine Afeku. This is the seat.
Great.
No, I've moved on to this is the seat. Evaluate Ajomoro Jura. Catherine Afeku won it, but it's changing.
Show me the sheet for Western region for the gains and the losses, because there's a big story happening. NDC has reclaimed 3 of the seats they did not have. Jomoro has gone back to the NDC.
So this was Jomoro in the year 2016.
NDC is taking Jomoro. It's not updated here yet. Prestia Huni Valley, big story there. Minister for Tourism, Barbara Otinjesi, it was a skirt and blouse in 2016. NDC has taken it back. It wasn't that big. NDC is taking Prestia Huni Valley back. And then there's Amenfi East. Amenfi East. I just want to show me the summary Western region if you have it. So Amenfi East, again, MPP had a 7-point game. So NDC has taken back 3. So now they have 7 of the 17. So MPP still has the lead, 10, but NDC has now 7.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just show you the ones MPP still has. MPP has Shama, MPP has Esikado Ketan, MPP has Efia, Kwesi Mintim, Sekendi, Takrady, Takwa and Suayem, Mpoho, and Ahanta West. NDC now has Jomoro, new acquisition, Prestia, new acquisition, Amenfi East, new acquisition, Elembele, Wassa East, Amenfi Central, Amenfi West, retained old acquisitions. So what used to be a 13-4 is now a 10-7. So this is plus 3 for NDC.
And if we assume that, and knowing with the data we have that Western North
would largely
go NDC.
Yes.
If we are to put the whole Western region back together again,
that would be interesting.
It would be looking partly green.
That would be interesting because we have a couple of places like Sefiyoso, which we are not sure how they will behave. So just to keep it easy for you, 17 constituencies, it was 13-4. It's now 10-7. MPP still has it, but NDC has made a gain of 3. Don't forget the gains they made in Central. 8. Made gains up north. MPP made a few gains there as well. So it's looking very interesting now.
So it's not like what we saw in 2016.
No, it's not.
That wide opening that we saw in 2016.
No, it's not. So there you have it on your screen. So we've made deep green the ones, or fresher green, the new acquisitions, a bit of a dull green, the old ones that didn't change, and then MPP holding. So the key thing is that MPP didn't make any new ground in the old Western region. We wait to see what they do in the Western North region. The way Western region works, it tends to even out at the end of the day, because when you add Western North to Western, usually the gaps are not that big because it's sort of nicely split down the middle. I wanted to take us to the Volta region briefly before I come to the Bono and the Eastern regions, because there's just one story, probably 1.5 story in the Volta region. So Volta has a new region, OT.
Yeah.
What's going on here? It's just so green.
Very, very
I see a blue. What's this blue? Karachi East. The only OT that MPP won. Look at the margin.
Very close.
49.74 MPP, 49.58.
14,551 to 14,504.
Now, I am told this has changed. NDC is taking back Karachi East. But we're not yet in OT. The big story for the Volta region is John Peter Amewu. Expand this map a bit, because the seats in the Volta region start from Hohwe North, or Hohwe, and then you have North Dai. So there's Hohwe South.
Hohwe, Afajato South.
So Hohwe South is Afajato South.
Yeah.
Then there's North Dai, which is Vakbo areas. George Low used to be MP. Jocelyn Tete is the MP now. Then you have Pando, and then you have South Dai. This is Peve and Peki. Then you have Ho West. So you are talking Anyirawasi. You're talking, the Ho West, western part of Ho. And then you have Ho Central, which is the largest in Ho area, second largest in Volta. Ho, the capital. Then you have Adaklu. Then you have Agoti Meziope, which used to be Ho East together with Adaklu before they were split. Then there's Akachi North. Then there's Ketu North. Ketu North, you're talking Joje Afife, and you're talking Devego, you're talking what do you call it? Veta. Then there's Akachi South. Then you're talking the big one, Ketu South. It's among the top 10 in Ghana. Huge. Used to be Fifi Kwete. Then there's Keta itself. Then there's Anglo. Now, a couple of quick things I'll say here. When I did my running for Volta, Volta's margins for NDC are very good because they usually win 85% and NPP wins like 15%. So even though the numbers are not that big, except for Ketu South and Ho, the
margins are really huge.
So you have an average of like 30K, 20K.
And if you have a good turnout,
yes,
it means you are getting some good numbers.
Now, the MPP has never won a seat in this region.
In Volta properly. So if you look at the old Volta, you see Volta and you see OT.
Yes.
The new OT. Now, in the current Volta properly, the NPP has not won a seat since we started counting.
Up until now. Let me just wrap up. So Central Tone is there. Then you have South Tone. This is the Woyome, Ginia. Then this is North Tone, Okujetwa Blakwa. Then you have Isojaman Eastern region there. Now, what is going on in Hohwe?
Let's take you to Hohwe. And this is the area.
Wow. Now, the neighbors to Hohwe up are Boem, and then there's Biakoye. So, John Peter Amewu is from Hohwe and a place called Vlitoji. Vlitoji actually is almost in Togo. but then there's Hohwe itself. Then you have Professor Margaret Kweku, who is the NDC candidate, taking over from Benny Sadika Helu. So Professor is with the University of Health and Allied Sciences. Now, John Peter Amewu has won the seat.
He's won the seat, and it's been a long journey for John Peter Amewu. John was a DCE, you remember?
Under Kufuor, 2004,
yes,
2008.
There was this school, I went to Ahoy recently, there was this school commissioned by John Peter Amewu, right? Now, he worked at ASEP. He was a regional chairman for the Volta
NDC,
region.
MPP Volta.
Yes, and he's credited with doing a lot of work in the Volta region. He became deputy minister.
So minister for mines, and then later on minister for lands and natural resources,
yes.
and then minister for energy.
Yeah.
And I interviewed Peter Amewu, I interviewed Margaret Kweku, and Peter Amewu supporters were thinking that this was their best chance, because if you look at MPP's performance in the Volta region, the only time they got double figures was when Amewu ran for MP in Hohwe in 2004 and 2008. He lost, but he did very well if you look at the party's performance. The only other Volta NPP person who does well is Ketu North.
Yeah. Now, something also needs to be said about this Hohoi win by Peter Amewu. We didn't come cheap. A lot of investment has been made in Hohoi as a town.
Street lights.
We've had conversations about the Eastern Corridor Road and how bad it is. But if you drive on the bad portions of the Eastern Corridor Road, you enter Hohoi, you are met with East Legon grade of roads within the Hohoi township. Street lights, road markings, asphalting, a lot of things have been pushed into Hohoi as a town. Recently, the mini-grid hydropower system was launched. So many things have
I'll tell you two quick things on Hohoi. So when my friend Maximus Ameto got his Facebook model of issues, Peter Amewu appears to be the most popular MPP person in most regions, including Ashanti. Somehow a lot of people like him. So he's very popular in Hohoi. Okay. Now, the numbers tell a story, because Peter Amewu's performance tells you it was a skirt and blouse. Because Hohwe still voted for Mahama massively, but switched and flipped for Peter Amewu in the... Elvis Ankara, good evening. I'm borrowing your word. They flipped for Peter Amewu in Hohwe. But there's another story, because it's not just a question of the skirt and blouse in favor of Amewu. It's also because, you know, this election, there's a particular group of towns that did not vote for a parliamentarian.
And those towns are in the Boem area.
So there are Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi. Those communities somehow were in a quandary. They were torn between a region and a district. So essentially, they were not properly allocated. And the view is that...
If we're drawing a Venn diagram, right? You remember Venn diagrams?
Yes.
If we're drawing a Venn diagram and Boem and Hohoi, or Volta and Oti were the main circles, this area where these people fall will be the intersection. So there's no proper clarity.
And what we are told is that there was a new district created for them, which is called the Guan district. Now, that Guan district then needs its own constituency, but that constituency cannot be created before the 2020 elections. Therefore, the EC judge then said, these four constituencies which were not properly allocated, so essentially they are physically in one region, but politically in another region, should vote for presidential in Boem, but they will not vote for parliamentary. Some people think it was gerrymandering because these people were originally supposed to vote in Hohwe, and that Margaret Kweku is from one of those communities. And if they had voted in Hohwe, she probably had more votes to beat Peter Amewu. But for some reason, they didn't vote parliamentary, they only voted presidential. They voted in Boem, which in itself is a new story because Kofi Adams, former ruling spokesperson, won Boem. So now Boem's capital is Jasikan, right? So now you have four communities, Central Kofi, Akpafu, Lolobi, and Likpe, not taking part in the parliamentary election because they'll have their own election later, probably helping Peter Amewu as well because a lot of his core support is in the Hohwe area. We don't know all the story, but that's just the backstory. Be that as it may, first time a Volta region seat, at least in this Fourth Republic, and we are talking Volta as in what it is now, not the old Volta, has been won by MPP. Massive. I don't know if it's in your new map.
Yes, and there's something to also be said about. Yesterday we were talking about Baumia and how he helped swing things in the Northeast region.
Yes.
If you read the newspapers, if you listen to the news, almost every day there's a Baumia. And over the past 4 years, consistently, Amewo was in our homes, in our offices, on our screens.
Doing what?
Fight against Galamsey.
Oh, yes.
Fight against that. He became energy minister. PDS issues, fighting for people in Somenya and all the confusion that came up. So Amewu has been seen and felt. And before the elections, the work he did in the Volta region also brought him to the fore. So if you check out Boem as it is now, Kofi Adams has taken Boem.
And Boem is in OT, by the way.
Yes, it's in OT. Kofi Adams has taken Boem for the NDC.
Good. And so we'll update this on this screen. But if you go on with the key issue, all the constituencies in the vote have been won by NDC for presidential. Of course, the ones that have been declared parliamentary as well, except for Hohwe. So that's a big story. Now let's go into the Eastern region and tell you what we have now. Eastern region has 33 constituencies. We don't have all, but we have a sizable number of the constituencies. There have been some interesting switches. Okay, so take me to Eastern region. It's one of the most diverse regions in the country in terms of ethnic makeup, in terms of landscape, in terms of economic activity. And if you want to expand it a bit, Eastern region. So in the one extreme, you have Afram Plains, north and south. And in another extreme, you have Nkoko, New Ebrim, Ofasi Arebi, Akim Swedro, Akim Odan, Kede, Akwetia, Lower West Akim, Ayensiano, Suhum, Ebuakwa South, Eburi, Ekropon, Okre. So let's put it this way. You have the Krobo areas, Yilo Krobo, Manya Krobo. Then you have the Kwapim areas, Eburi, Ekropon, Asama Madrejiri. Then you have some Guan areas like Okre.
Latte, all those areas.
That's the Kwapim North. Then you have Chebi, Achim areas, Ebuakwa South, Ebuakwa North. To an extent, Fantiakwa, Etiwa, Cape.
So if you want to see...
Good. So you have Etiwa East, Etiwa West, Roads Minister, Deputy Minister for Finance. So you have Abuna Osea here. And then you have the Kwesi Amakwata. Then you have Nkoko, which is the minister, regional minister. He lost the primaries. Then you have Impraeso, which is Davis Opokwe Champon. You have Abetifi, which is Brian Champon. You have Ebrim. Then you have Kojo Opon Kroma. He's here. Ofwasi Ayerebi. Then you have Akwetia, which I visited a week before the election. Then this was Mesiedu Jenfi, who was beaten in the primary. There's a story in the Eastern region. What's the story? The NDC has snatched or retaken Akwetia. So we don't have all the constituencies, but the updated list we have, both NDC and NPP have made some interesting gains. So you have NDC parliamentary, Boachi Yadom, Okoyo, he calls himself Zero. What has he done? He's taking the Akwetia seat back from the NPP, and he won it, I think because there's been a lot of issue with the choice of the NPP candidate, Seth Kumi, I think the name is. So there you have it. Akwetia has been retaken by the NDC because Baba Jama was NP before. Yeah. Akwetia has gone back to NDC. Upper Manya Krobo, for the first time in a long time, NPP won it. In 2016, this was the first time NPP had won 80 seats in Krobo land in our Fourth Republic. NDC says, no way, give me back my seat. Then you have Ayensiano. This is a big story. Ayensiano, if you're driving from Accra to Kumasi, you get out of Nsawam, you get into a place called Tichamante. Before you get to Suhum, that's a constituency. Okay?
This place. So there's Nsawam here. There's Nsawam here, there's Ayensiano, then there's Suhum.
So between Nsawam and Suhum is Ayensiano. Samo Ayepai, he is the ranking member on roads. This is where Glofet fertilizer factory is located. Yeah. This constituency has gone to the NDC. That's a big story.
Yeah.
Because Ayensiano has been comfortably NPP. Okay, not that comfortable, but anyway, 54-43.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. NDC's won it. But then there's another story. Okay, but let's just deal with the NDC first. So they've taken NPP's Akwetia. They've taken back Amat Panya Krobo, which they believe to be rightfully theirs. They've taken NPP's Ayensiano, but they maintain Lower Manya and Yilo. Retain Aswojaman, which is one of the most keenly contested constituencies since records started. This constituency has everything. It was NDC by not too big a margin, Thomas Ampemnyaku, and now what has it happened? NDC has maintained it. The MPP guy is called Paul Ansa, former chief executive of Ghana Ports and Harbours
Authority.
We thought it was going to be closer. I don't have the figure here, but NDC has retained it. Sojaman, if you're driving to the middle part of Volta region, Adomi Bridge.
Yeah.
Adomi Bridge is in Sojaman. So you go to Bong, and then you get to Atimpoku before you cross the bridge, and then you get to these areas. That's Sojaman. NDC is maintained it. Afram Plain North and South, NDC is maintained. Just show me, why is Afram Plains so good for NDC? It's a very good place for. It's one of the places NDC always wins in the Eastern region, right?
Yeah. So this is Afram Plains. You see Afram Plains, Afram Plains South, Afram Plain North. There's Sini East, Sini West. All these areas.
So if you put the Volta Lake on this map,
yeah,
Afram Plains and Sini will be adjacent to the lake.
Yes, and the lake is the only thing that divides it from the Volta region.
Okay.
Now this area is also usually described as no man's land because it's
overseas.
Overseas, highly agrarian. They don't get a lot of development, and you have a lot of settlers who are there engaged in farming and aquaculture and related activities. So that's really the makeup of the area.
So if you look at NDC in the eastern region, they will typically take Lower Manya, Upper Manya, and Yellow Krobo. They will take Afram Plains North and South. They will take Isojaman plus or minus, because Isojaman is very close.
Yeah.
Then they will take Upper West Akim. So there's another story. Ayenswanu switches from MPP to NDC, but Upper West Akim, which is usually NDC, has gone to MPP. So this is former Samuel Salas Mensa. So you're basically talking a farming community. Upper West Akim, show me where it is. NPP is taking it. That's incredible. So it's on your way to, indeed, if you get to Insawam and you make a left into the eastern region, on your way to Akwetia.
So this is Upper West Akim.
All right. So Derek Ohene Bekwe was the NDC MP. He wasn't that big.
Yeah.
Somehow MPP is taking it by the similar margin, Frederick Obing Odum. So basically, NDC snatches Ayensuano, MPP says, I'm taking Upper West Akim.
Yeah.
Atika. Then the other ones we have Ofuase Arebi, Kojo Oponko, my information minister.
Takes it.
Very comfortable now. Atiwa West retained. Ibuakwa South
retained. So, story about Atiwa East. Deputy Minister of
We'll
Finance.
take a break. The EC is addressing a press conference at the same place 62 went to. We're crossing over now.
trickling in from the regions. The Commission has therefore decided in due course as soon as the results are ready. Thank you for coming, and once again, very sorry for the inconvenience caused. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Wow, this is drama. Welcome back. This is 97.3 Citi FM. This is Citi TV. This is your election bureau. We're giving you a comprehensive coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections in Ghana, and it's a developing story. Apologies, we had wanted to take you to the EC for a press conference. We are technically not prepared. We have a challenge. We'll get there soon. But we were showing you the Eastern region before this occurred. So keep one of your eyes on the conference center. Let's just wrap up. We have Ofuasi Arebi, MPPs maintained it. They've maintained Etiwa East, maintained Ebuakwa South, which is where the president is from. Samalatachian, 80-20 game. Suhum, MPPs maintained it. One of the earliest results that came in. Obuafu Kojo Asante, 63-36. Then you have Kede. NPP has taken it. So we need to change the color there. A few issues there as well. So Etiwa East has been maintained, Etiwa West as well. We have a few more eastern regions coming in, and then we will bring the picture to you. I wanted to show you the ousted MPs before we talk about BA, which is a place you know very well. Some big names have fallen.
Yes, some very big names have fallen. And if you look at the names that have fallen, I'll talk about my constituency in Accra.
Actually, we haven't done Accra, so let's not spoil the pie. Maybe let's do Accra, and then we can give you a summary of those who fallen.
Big names falling. We've done the central region, so we can safely discuss
George Anda, Barbara AC, and then you have Eko Aban.
Yes,
lawyer Aban.
There's also Catherine Afeku.
Catherine Afeku is in the western region.
Yeah, we've discussed the western region too.
Okay.
So.
All right, so we have, yes, Boniface Abubakar Sadiq is Medina. So I think this will segue us into Accra nicely. So Accra has been very, very interesting. First thing to note, Greater Accra region is the largest region in Ghana by registered voters, 3.5 million voters. Second issue, 34 constituencies, split with MPP, go to 2016, having a large share of the pie. Okay, so NDC has Sege, Ada, Ningo Prampram, Shai Osudoku, Trobu, Amasaman, Domi Abra Obom, and then Ada.
I think Accra is better described from 2012 to 2016. So 2012, this is what you see.
Okay.
A largely green Accra, right?
Yes.
NDC had some good seats in there.
MPP.
Then 2016.
A lot of blue.
A lot of blue.
MPP.
So the main game is who gets to keep the blues and who gets to keep the greens and who gets to steal a blue or a green.
Now, to make sense of Accra, again, I divide Accra into 4. So I have the rural Accra, Domi Abra Obom, which is in the northwest. Always goes NDC. Karina Koko, I think, is the MP. They've maintained that. Then you have Sege, Ada, Ningo Prampram, Punkatamanso, Shai Osudoku, all NDC. Then you have Coastal Accra, starting from Tema East to Botiano. Tema East was held by Titus Glover. Tema West by Carlos Ahinkra. Then you have Nungwa, Minister for Fisheries, MPP. So you have 3 MPP. Then you have Lejokuku, Deputy Minister for Health, Bernardo Koboy. Then you have Ladade Kotopon, former Deputy Minister for Communication. They call him Obama. So MPP from Tema East all the way to La. The first NDC interruption was in Osu, Clotte Colley, Zaneto Rawlings. Then from there you had Odododio, Nilante Van der Poel. Then you have Ablekuma South, Oko Van der Poel, Chenche. Before you go to Botiano, actually go to, if you want,
so
Ablekuma West.
Let's see if we can do.
Yes. So it's a whole lot of blue on the coast.
Yes. So let's see if we can do that walkabout.
This is what we're talking about. 2016, right?
Yeah.
Titus Glover, Tema East, coastal. Tema West isn't that coastal, but Tema Community 2, you could say.
Yeah.
So Tema East, 5246, Titus Glover, NDC, MPP. Tema West, Carlos Ahinkra, Deputy Minister for. So Titus is Deputy Minister for Transport. Carlos is Deputy Minister for Trade, in charge of trade and not industry. Then you have Krowo, Elizabeth Afolekwe,
Fisheries.
Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. Then you have Lejo Kuku,
Deputy Minister of
Health.
Before that, he was Kolebubo Chair.
Bernardo Boy, big constituency with a lot of urban issues. Then you have Clotte Colley. Clotte Colley is actually you have Dade Kotokonla. Vincent Soadote, Deputy Minister for Communication before he was relieved of his duty. Before you get the first NDC, this is 2016 picture. So Zaneto is the first streak of green in a whole mass of blue.
Yeah.
Zaneto, 50-43, 2016. Then from Zaneto, where do you go? No, the Ablekuma Central is not that coast. You do.
You were coming.
Ablekuma, Odododio, Nilante Van der Poel, 57-41 against Nilante Bannerman. Then you go to Ablekuma South, Alfredo Van der Poel Chenche, former mayor of Accra. Before you then go to Botiano, Ngleshi Amanfro, which is really the last on the coast of Accra. So of the Accra coast, the only 2 seats NDC had in 2016, Clotte Colley, Zaneto Rawlings, Nilante Van der Poel. What's the story in 2020? Amazing. Amazing. Tema East, starting from Tema East, the contender for NDC, Ashai Odampton, former MC for Tema, he's brought Titus Glover down. So Ashai Odampton has taken over from Titus Glover, Isaac Ashai Odampton. He was the MC.
Yes, he was the MC for the Tema area. He was also president of there is this MCs association. I've forgotten the official name. So he's built himself gradually from being the executive leader in the area to now the legislative leader.
Small side story there. Week 2 elections, he's arrested, detained over some issue, backfired, I think, against Titus Glover. He's a former MC, so he's always going to be strong. Titus is funny. He's run against 2 MCs. First guy he beat was called Kempis Ofosuwari, who was also MC under NDC. So NDC likes using MCs in Tema East. It's paid off. NDC has retaken Tema East. Tema West, this is a lot of shenanigans. Okay, Tema Central is really MPP. Yves Hansenote, no problems there for MPP. Now, Tema West, we understand there were shenanigans. I don't know if Benjamin Nketia brought the report in because there were issues of whether to announce or not. So we don't know. It usually does well for NPP, but it's probably going to be closer than it's been. The first big story on the coast is this story. Elizabeth Afolekwe, what happened to her?
So Elizabeth in 2016 got 51.08% of the votes. She becomes fisheries minister, and in 2020, it's changing.
So you had Momo. Now Momo incidentally ran against Elizabeth Afolekwe in 2016. So they know each other. She's had a few problems. Okay, people have. Look, if you're a fisheries minister, you have problems.
The close season
is a difficult.
Then premix issues.
Yes. So they wanted to keep our fish stock. So they came up with this idea that we'll have a closed season, nobody will fish. Good idea on paper. Some people pushed back.
Basically, I followed that story very well. The stakeholder consultation didn't go very well. So the Ghana Industrial Trawlers Association kicked against it. Different associations kicked against it. And then there also the issue of cycle, pair trawling, and related activities. So she's not had peace.
Yeah, she's been troubled. So not too surprising, but look at the gap. 51-47 in 2016 is gone 55-43. So NDC has made a statement in Krowo. They've taken back their Nungwa. Then you have your next big story. Bernard Okoboy. Where is Lejokuku?
Yeah.
Gosh. This is an interesting one. In this 2016 scenario, NDC actually won the presidential. Okay.
So it was a skirt and blouse.
So he actually won it by a very slight margin of about 2,000. Luck was not on his side. Formidable NDC guy comes back, switches the seat. The history of this seat has been a history of tens, twists and turns. So if you go to 2000 and 2004, I think Eddie Akita was 2000, then I think there was Gladys Nole Ashite.
People really had issues in that constituency, and the constituency has been a talking point because of all the issues they had. Remember that their road, that Spintex Manette, how's that road called? We used to track the road a lot.
It's called the Bush Road, and then there's also the Lekma Road.
The Lekma Road and the
Link
Teshi Bush, and those roads gained national attention.
So the point we're making is that this seat is very pendulistic.
Yeah.
It swings like a pendulum. So, but this guy, nice guy, he's lost. Okoboy. I'm told the NDC guy is a pretty decent guy as well. We'll see how that goes. I'm being told I may have to cross over again. Please give me the signal if it's ready. I can't hear you well, so let me know if I have to cross over. So, okay, just keep saying it. I'll get it as we go on. So, Bernard Okoboy has lost. And I forget the name of the NDC guy. I'm sure Fred, let me know. Tell me through the earpiece. So this is a first big story. Now, the reason this is interesting is that Okoboy was Kolebu CEO, and in the heat of COVID, he was appointed deputy minister. And I think he began to shine on the national stage.
Yeah.
He explained science in a way you could understand.
Practical.
Yes. So some people thought he did very well with the COVID coverage, and some would be sad to see him go. He's a young politician. He will learn from it. Let's move on to La. Oh gosh, La. La is also interesting.
You are moving too fast.
Forgive me. Good.
Daddy Kotopon is here.
Vincent Odote won it 50-48. It's very close because before that it had been won twice by Ni Amasana Moale. NDC had strengthened their hand. So this was a bit of a surprise that he won in 2016. NDC is taking it back with the former MCE. So Rita, I forget the full name, but she's Ofole. She used to be the MC of La. She's taking it back. So NDC don't like to lose La. I think they've lost it only twice. When Sly lost it to, I think, Abednego Toto Lai or somebody.
So basically the coastline
is
looking greener.
Yes. And so NDC typically wins. This MPP's won it twice. NDC is taking their thing back. Then you have this constituency. Zaneto Rawlings. In 2016,
she won.
She won, even though presidential MPP won.
Yes.
So it's a flip. So it was skirt and blouse, but she strengthened her hand. 55-44 against Prince Deborah. Yes. Prince Deborah. Okay. Now please forgive me. I'm talking to people. All kinds of voices I'm hearing. So let's wrap up on the coast quickly. So you have Ododo Dio. What's happening here?
Edwin Ni Lante Van der Poel keeps his seat. Yes.
He told me he'll beat by over 12,000. Did he do 12K?
He didn't do 12K.
Okay, he promised me he'll beat
41,000, 34,000. He didn't do 12K.
Okay, so Ododo Dio had a lot of issues when the whole issue of
the health walk, it degenerated into something else, and then they signed the peace pact, and issues came up again. Even yesterday, while voting was ongoing, there were issues within the particular constituency.
Quick update for you, 211 out of 275. It's a 52-47.7 game. The key issue is to know where these 211 are coming from. I don't have that readily. My team is putting that together. They'll let me know. So there's an update on the national. Keep an eye there. Nilante Van der Poel has held Ododo Dio for the NDC. Apart from Nibi Ayibonte in 2000, the NDC has comfortably won this from Chofachen. Okay, Mankata, Niaikwe Mankata, to the royal himself, who won for 2 consecutive terms before Nilante took over NDC.
And Nilante ran against Nilante.
Yes.
So Nilante, Van der Poel, Nilante, Bannerman.
Yes, very interesting. Then you have Ablekuma South. This used to be Ablekuma South to include West. Terizatego country, huge figure. So you're talking Choco, Kolegono, Mamprobi. You have former mayor of Accra, very charismatic, Alfredo Kovandapoy. Very, very interesting. I've interviewed him a few times. On the job type of mayor. One of his legacies, he set the press for building the new Accra
hockey pitch.
No, even the where the AMA head office.
Yes, yes. Where so it's interesting.
Yeah.
So it's the Octagon building and
Yes.
the AMA building.
Yes.
And right after, in fact, part of the AMA head office
Yes.
sits in our constituency.
It's interesting. Yes.
AMA has been sliced so much so that a tiny bit of their head office sits in another constituency.
So he held off Bernard Brown pretty comfortably. One of the more effective mayors we've had. Really, he was blamed a lot for flooding.
Yeah.
But he never shied away from interviews. So even in the heat of the flood, he wears Wellington boots and get into the water. He's maintained it for NDC. The story here, though, is that the neighboring constituency, MPP, took it back. They maintained it. This is Ablekuma West. This is Esla Owusu Ekufo. This is Dan Soman. This is Big Base. This is Glefe.
I think it's...
Yes. Esla Owusu's constituency, there you have it. Esla held off a challenge from NDC. She's comfortably taking Ablekuma West. We are still doing the coast. Now, there's a story here, Kojo. This constituency used to be an NDC constituency in 2012. MPP took it in 2016 for the very first time when Bright Demoji lost to an MPP candidate. MPP changed their candidate and brought Sly Tete from Ningo Prampram, losing to Samuel George. He is the head of the National Youth Authority. Interviewed him a couple of weeks before. He's won it. So he's held it. 53-39, 53-46, because there was then an independent candidate. So Sly Tete has taken Botiano. So this is double blue. Another point to be made. When Bawe was the biggest constituency in Ghana, there was English and Manfro, Wejak Bawe and Nyaso Utum together. When it was split into three, MPP, NDC. So this was Shelia Yakobotwe, and then this was Tina Mensah, and this was Bright Demoji. Now it's MPP. They've taken over. The other point to note, this is the westernmost part of Accra. You're going to Kaswa. This is the biggest constituency in the central region. If you put these three together, there's a huge population explosion happening here. MPP has all these four. NDC, what's happening to you guys in that corner?
And based on what happens here, if the NPP wins this constituency and turnout is good,
yes,
they are going to get
huge numbers. So this went to NPP again. Anyaso Utum also went to MPP.
I want you to see something here, Bernard, quickly. Look at the figures here.
Yes.
In 2016, 19,405.
Yes.
26,034. Come to 2020, 37,502.
Double.
42,800.
So 75% increase.
So a lot of people were captured in that constituency. A lot of people went out there to vote.
So you're talking about the increase in numbers.
Yeah.
This is Botiano, 19,000 to 37,000, 26,000 to 48,000. Show me Wejak Bawe. I'm sure it's also a similar story. 25,000, 32,000, 34, 46. So the numbers are increasing. And Nyaso Utum is even more interesting. We don't have the final result. Sorry, I'm taking you to trouble. MPP has won it as well, but the numbers I don't have.
Yeah.
So let's look at MPP seats. I also was Wogon, one of the tightest. This is the bellwether of Greater Accra. We showed it to you earlier. You open it up. There's going to be a recount, according to the information we have. Lydia Sarah Malasan, the widow of Ejakun, we lost him a couple of years ago. She was the presumptive candidate. She won a by-election, albeit very, very controversial with all the issues around vigilante groups. It was a 10,000 gap her husband left. She's barely held off this very popular actor.
Yeah, and the story is also that school was not in session. So Legon wasn't in session, UPSA wasn't in session. And looking at the numbers we are seeing, if the schools had been open, I'm sure we would have seen more.
I don't even know how it should have gone, because you don't even know whether, because MPP typically did well there, but John Dumelo's appeal among young people.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 years ago, when Maximus did his Facebook poll, John Dumelo was one of the most popular Ghanaians of all kinds. So he's going for a recount. We don't know what's going to happen, but this was very, very close. I also Central as well, and NPP took it. There are 4 Ayawaso constituencies. West Wuogon tends to go NPP, and NDC does what depending on the candidate. Central has always been NPP, but very barely. So you have Sheikh Isikwe winning it 3 times, and then you have, of course, we call him a big, gentle giant, Henry Quarty. His money to hold off his NDC challenger. That's Ayawaso Central. You're talking of Kokomlemle. You're talking Alajo. You're talking.
So if this is.
No, you are lost. Ayawaso, go up.
I'm
so
pushing.
this Ayawaso East, Nima.
Yeah.
NDC maintained it. Ayawaso North, Mamobi, Yusuf Jaja, NDC maintains it. Then you have Ayawaso Central. There you go. You're going to Okankwe North. You are lost.
Wait.
Ayawaso Central.
The thing with the Accra
it's very tiny. You'll find
it. They are a bit too close.
Yes. Ayawaso Central is, I've described where it is,
Yeah.
right? You have Alajo, you have...
Okay, let me try one more time.
Kokomlemle.
I can...
You have parts of Kotobabi.
Pin it here.
No, you are in Okankwe now.
Then I'm lost.
You got it. Henry Quarty.
Yeah.
Henry Quarty. There you go. Ayawaso Central. 54-44. Henry Quarty has held, although there were some controversial issues there. When Kwekwe Duamansa went, he says, the NDC guy said there were some irregularities there. Botiano MPP maintains, Ablekuma West MPP maintains, Heslausu, Okankwe South, which is Kaneshi. We're talking one of the new faces of MPP, Dakwa Newman. She wins it, right?
Yeah.
She won a nice contest against Ahmed Arthur. Dakwa Newman has taken it.
And Ahmed Arthur really also pushed for Dakwa during the campaign period. There were a lot of instances that I saw the two of them campaigning.
Good. Then there's Tema Central. Yves Sansenote takes it for MPP, I'm told. Ablekuma North, Sheila Batel Sam. Father Kwamina Batels used to have that seat before Justice Joapia took over. Sheila Batels beat an incumbent at the primary, and she's poised to take.
Now, the
North.
interesting bit about these constituencies is when you're running or driving from Graphic Communications Group on your way to Malam Interchange, almost every 50 or 100 meters, you see the constituencies change. 1 minute you are in one constituency, you step on it like 10 kilometers per hour, you are entering another constituency. So before the elections, I was going to Malam and I just started seeing the billboards of the candidates just change as you went along. Now, when we're talking about Savannah, we mentioned that even though it's a big landmass, the numbers were small. But in these areas, we are in the city and population density is very high. So you see a small area with a huge population, and it can change almost everything that happens up here in the Savannah area.
The real story in Greater Accra, though, is not just the coastal constituencies that NDC reclaimed, all right? So we're talking Tema East, we're talking Lejokuku, we're talking Krowola, Dadekotokbon, and all the issues on the coast. There's also something happening in Adenta and Medina.
Yep.
These are parts of the outskirts. So you have Peri-Urban Accra, where you're talking constituencies that are the bridge between what is highly urbanized and what is a bit of rural, where people with new money move to build houses. So you're talking Adenta, Medina, Ashaiman, Bunkatamanso, and that area. Now, first major story is Medina. Where is Medina? Can you find it for me?
This is Medina.
One of the biggest constituencies for 2020 elections is in the top 6. This constituency is interesting. Used to be called Ga North MPP 1A1s. At that time, it was Medina and Dome Kwabenya. When it became Medina, Amadou Sorogo won it 2 consecutive times. I think 3 times, right? Until this man shows up. This guy was MP for Salaga, MPP guy, comes to Medina and gives Amadou Sorogo a run for his money. He flipped this constituency in 2016 because in 2012, this was a strong NDC. Look at what he did to Amadou Sorogo.
54-43, almost a 10,000 vote difference, 40,000 to 31,000.
So Sorogo had been winning this comfortably until this guy shows up. This guy flips it by a huge percentage. Then you have Francis Xavier Sosu.
56-42, 62,000, 46,000.
Basically done what Boniface did to Sorogo to Boniface.
That's what in Tree we say, Matoetiaka.
This guy is a pro bono lawyer, young guy. I know his story. He was in the University of Ghana. We used to call him Titikaka. He's written a book about his life as a young person. Lived in Medina Zongo. Has a fascinating story. He's loved by the people. He speaks Hausa, he speaks Ewe, he speaks Twi, he speaks Ga. this is a real big one.
Yeah.
Because this guy is not a small guy. He was being considered at some point before Bawumia showed up for running mate.
Yep.
He was Minister for Zongo Development.
And reassigned
to the Vice President's office. For Francis Xavier to overturn. I need 2012 for Medina because I want people to see the seriousness of this. 2012 Medina was a big, big story. When it was announced that Boniface beat, what's his name? Look, I want 2012.
Oh, this is presidential.
Okay,
this is
we'll find it later.
So we can
no problem.
pull
Let's
up,
leave it.
yeah.
No problem. When Boniface beat Sorogo in 2016, it was a 10,000 vote overturn. It was one of the biggest flips in 2016. Look how Francis Xavier has done. Gosh, he's done more to Boniface than Boniface even did to. I mean, look, guys, look at this: 31,650 votes. He's more than double.
Yeah,
double and a few coins. Wow. And MPP guy didn't do that badly. Don't forget, Medina's population jumped from around 90,000 to 150,000.
Yeah.
It turns out Sosu benefited more from this. Why? Because Medina is huge. It starts from Presec Junction, so if you like IPS Junction, takes you all the way to Riz, then you're going to all the way to Otinibi. So Medina is very big. In fact, West Adenta is Medina.
Yeah.
So if you're on Adenta Road, on the right side is Adenta, on the left side, right, from the place they call Riz Junction, the left side, all the way to Pantan. It's all Medina.
And that demarcation sometimes, look, there was a day I was driving on the Damfa Road, and then I see signage of work being done by the Medina Assembly. So
It's huge.
Medina actually shares a border with Ekwapim South.
Congratulations to Francis Xavier Sosu. This is a big story. If you're looking for a story in Accra, this is a big one. What's happening in Adenta?
Let's go to our constituency. No, you are Pon Katawan, so
I don't even know where I am now. It's like, I don't even know where I am these days. God. So Ashadibotre is in Adenta.
Yeah.
Ajingano is in Adenta.
Abraya is in Adenta.
Now, this constituency is also very moody. Kojo Oparihamon MPP, then you go to NDC's, I forget his name.
Kojo.
Yeah, guy.
Yeah,
nice guy.
young.
Yeah, I forget his name. So MPP won it in 2004. NDC won it in 2018.
Kojo Eduasari.
So Oparihamon 2004, Eduasari 2008, Ashimo 2012. So Eduasari is NDC, Ashimo is NDC. 2016, Ababina Samoa, who is also Director of Committees for MPP. And then Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. Now, this is a story.
For a Director of Communications of a political party, an MP, a sitting MP, to lose this way.
To the elder brother of the Vice President's wife.
That is an interesting story.
If you want a story to write, this is a good one. 32,000, 33,000, mighty close. Look at the jump, Kojo. Adenta is incredible. 63,000, 49,000. But the percentage is where the issue is. So Mohamed Adamu has snatched back Medina from the MPP. Congratulations to him. And so I don't know what
it will be interesting to know how the people in
I don't know
Adenta
what
voted.
I don't know what Samira Bawumia will tell YB.
And,
Imagine you meet Director of Communications.
And what Ramadan will tell Samira.
Can you imagine? So it's like Director of Communications. I could see saying, "Oh, Charlie, I lost to. Who did you lose to? To your elder brother."
I have an answer for you about me.
What will he say?
When Samira meets you, ask me the question.
Oh, now how did you allow this to happen to me?
Charlie, I didn't say liberty.
No, but to be honest with you, two things I'll say here. I mean, that constituency, they are very expectant and they are very demanding.
Yeah.
So this guy, you're going to have a tough 4 years.
You remember the Lakeside Ashalibotre residents?
Number two, this guy was working for National. Director of Communications. It's not easy to be Director of Communications and also MP for a place like Adenta. I know my rights people.
Yeah.
So Adamu, if you joke,
but it
they'll kick you
also came
out.
with its perks because if you've noticed, recently we saw a lot of fast-track development activities going on in the area.
Our road.
When the Lakeside people rose up, when the Ashalibotre people rose up.
Oh yes.
The road was, look, if you are not influential, you cannot get a quarter of all people to give you a road in a week.
Good. So YB did what he could. Adamu, welcome to Adenta. If you mess up 4 years, you're going. I'm not even the one saying it. That's how it works. Let's wrap this up. A few other places. NDC also, so NDC held Ayawaso East and North. So no news there. Mohamed Nasser Toure, Yusuf Jaja. A few other things. Shai Osudoku.
Shai Osudoku will be here.
NDC took it. But the demographics are interesting. Watch this place. 6721. 6732. Watch this space. Okay. Umar Osanda will tell you a story about this place later. Ningo Pram Pram, Samon Nate George. Good one. 6721.
Are you sure you are not at Ningo Pram?
Where am I?
You are still within Shai Osudoku.
Forgive me. Samon Nate George. 6335. 69. Whoa. Samon Nate George is strong.
Yeah.
Because this constituency's demographic is urbanizing. And Nate George is expanding it. It's interesting because sometimes when constituencies move from rural to urban, the voting character changes. But he's managed to stand strong even with his urbanization. Why? He's articulate, he's a campaigning type of MP. He's the kind of MP who is hands-on.
Now, a week ago, there was traffic on the Tematu,
yes.
Is it Pram Pram Road? We thought that it was because the school was having its graduation event. That's the what's the name of the school? Central University.
Yes, Miocho.
But it wasn't Central University.
It was Samon Nate George.
It was Samon Nate George who had organized a mammoth walk.
Yes.
Which resulted in the traffic. Some people started at 6 a.m. at Tema, and they got to Central University around 4 p.m.
So the point I'm making is that as constituencies urbanize, like Amasaman, MPP won Amasaman, said, big story, I don't know why it's not here. Okay, so we're crossing over to the NDC flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama. He's giving a speech now.
And no attempt should be made to steal this election. We will resist it. We thank the Ghanaian people for the confidence they've expressed in us. It's clear the Ghanaian people want a change in this country. Ghanaians are tired of Akufo-Addo and his government. We thank the electorate for giving us a working majority in Parliament. 140 seats in Parliament, which is a majority. And no attempt should be made to subvert that. I've looked at the results we've collated so far, and I'm excited, I'm happy with the results. And we won in 10 regions out of 16, and the Ghanaian people have expressed confidence in us. We will resist any attempt to subvert the will of the people. Some of what is happening is unacceptable, and Nana Akufo-Addo continues to show credentials that are very undemocratic. You cannot use the military to try and overturn some of the results in constituencies that we have won. And so we will resist any attempt to subvert the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. The right thing must be done. We've collated our results, and we thank the Ghanaian people for the confidence they have in us. And we will give further details later. But we thank you very much. And our people should remain calm as we wait for the final verdict. But we are happy that Ghanaians have voted for change. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We've taken notice that the MPP has started using the media houses to send wrong information. And we are on fake news. We are aware that some of these media houses are calling the elections for Nana Akufo-Addo. If there's anybody who has reason to jubilate, it is the NDC support base. And so we are urging our people that they have every reason to jubilate, because they know that we have won majority in Parliament. And because of that, that positions us to select the Speaker, Committee Chairman, and so on. And we know nobody can run this country without majority in Parliament. And so we must send a strong caution to the government's attempt to use the military. In fact, the military have no role to play as the first instance in any electoral matters. We are aware that in Techiman, the military have been deployed to a population center, shooting has happened, and 2 people have been confirmed dead now, and 7 others are in hospital. This is an attempt to change the results. Indeed, the Electoral Commission at Techiman has never pronounced now, and 7 others are in hospital. This is an attempt to change the results. Indeed, the Electoral Commission at Techiman has never pronounced
that was John Sinasiri Nketia. Earlier on, you heard former President John Dramani Mahama speaking from his office in cantonment, essentially saying that they want a majority in Parliament and they don't want the election result to be stolen. We don't, with the information you have is what we're giving you. The NPP have also claimed that they've won a majority in Parliament, and so this is where we are with this situation where both parties are claiming majorities. We don't have near enough seats to determine who's won the majority in Parliament. We're just showing what we have, and our presidential split is based on results we've received. It's not up to 275 yet, so what we have is what we've put on the screen. We don't call elections. We never do that. We just show you the trend, and then we wait for the EC to decide. So it's not part of our mandate. I've covered elections in Ghana since 2004. And we don't do that. But this is the results we're seeing as they come in. The EC will certify them. So there are over 60-something constituencies left as far as our model is concerned. We had 216 the last time we checked, and the margins were still there for you to see. We're just wrapping up on Accra. So just to say that we don't have all the seats in Accra. I just want to say that there was one seat I was going to before we close, which was the Amasaman seat, which the NPP has won as well. So we'll leave it here for now. We'll take a break. When we come back, the team continues because there's a lot more to talk about. There's a day in summary, there's new stories coming in, and there's also further analysis going forward. But for now, my name is Ben Adavle. I've been here with my man, and thank you for watching. Citi TV continues with the election coverage on your election bureau right after this.
Welcome again to the Election Bureau. Once again, this is the GH Election Blitz with me, Emmanuel Sapon. And you know the business. Anytime I come to your screens, I'm here to bring you the highlights on what's going on the world of social media. In regards to the ongoing Ghana elections, it's day 2. We should know everybody's smoothness level. But in the meantime, some results have been declared in some constituency, and one of the constituencies that was one to watch was the Ayawa West constituency. And guess what? It was the Heels versus Boots agenda, right? The Alassane was going head-to-head with John Dumelo, and guess who took the day? Mal Lydia. And social media did not spare John Dumelo at all. And someone, Michael Schofield, said John Dumelo moved from Eyezu to Eyesu. Oh my goodness. Asabri says someone is using the laptop he got Mr. Dumelo to do John Dumelo agenda. Okay, NDC, would you stand next year? And that is the reaction of Dumelo's face according to Impulse Buy-in. Saibu says, I hear John Dumelo is going around to take back all the corona rice he distributed. At this time, I should say the rice finished. Bernard says, I Claire, viewing Ayawaso West from afar. Laptop collection mode activated. Spider-Man Jumana say. My oh my. Alright, so Kobe Katali says, what after what has happened to Dumelo, no, you still believe politics is about popularity? LOL. Hey, my leader be hard pass. Yes indeed. I think that you could call this boots for heels, and Hughes definitely took the day. Son of Julia says, Gutters them's all Dumelo tier. But still, my leader Lasham simple. Hey, women go show you. The agenda never stops. Beyond Control says, John Dumelo in your left and Ghana Dimu. You're right. All right. Papi Kojo says, I'm with you, Mr. Dumelo. I cried in 2016, but I am with you. So those of you remember what happened to Papi Kojo in 2016, he had quite a number of popular songs during that season, during that era, and he didn't get a single award. I think a nomination at the 2016 Ghana Music Award. So he's definitely understanding how Mr. Dumelo is feeling right now. So yeah, that's about it for Dumelo's tweets, and back to you. Oh, but wait, before that, some people actually believe that John Dumelo, though might have lost the seat at Ayawaso West, he might just pass on to be the first deputy member of parliament elect. And Ayawaso West vocal consistency. This is according to Thought Pillow. So as you can see there, he says, congratulations, John Dumelo. So there you have it. Unfortunately, John Dumelo couldn't take over the seat. So my leader gets to retain the seat fully, since their husband passed away.
Don't talk much. Yeah, I just show action.
Man, Charlie, don't mess with Ghanaians, man. Don't mess with Ghanaians, man. I don't know how John Dumelo is feeling right now. Maybe, just maybe, after we watch this video. All right, now another thing that we realized on social media was that the Bawumezi effect has happened in the northern sector of the country, because we've seen a number of flip-flops where constituencies that were naturally NDC strongholds have now been flip-flopped into Bawumezi strongholds.
Hey, Asemo.
Exactly, the Bawumia effect has taken full control in the north, where the MPP has fortunately gained some seats in there, and social media went bizarre because they are giving credit to Bawumia's effect ever since he became the vice president of the current president, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. And this is what some of you had to say. Alright, so let's do some Bawumezi reactions, and starting off with that, we have Manche B. Ago, and he says, from the figures coming from the northern regions, Vice President Bawumia clearly won us the election. He's proving himself. Okay, Nebasak says the northern region is now a stronghold for the MPP. Bawumia effect, north is falling for MPP. Alright, Lord Kujo, or from our own Franklin Kujo of Imani, Africa, irrespective of who wins, it's clear that Bawumia is the greatest asset for the MPP. You dump him and say bye to progress. He must begin to be more assertive though. Dennis says, Bawumia really worked for the north there. Give Showboy. MPP getting more votes than 2016. If we reach Kumasi, then Wait, sorry. Hey, who? That's right. Onibanya says the MPP must consolidate their gains in the northern regions by giving Bawumia the nod to lead in 2024. Its effect on the trend of votes in the regions has been tremendous. Fantastic guy. Great impact. Thoughts Pilo again says the way Bawumia is getting funds, the Amado. All right, so there you have it. Bawumia's effect all throughout the northern region. Let's see how it fares in the total elections for the presidency. All right, now moving on to other exciting content on social media. What we saw identified on social media: skirt and blouse. Now, this is the first time for some people you are hearing this. What is skirt and blouse? I mean, you've seen it in the trends. You're wondering what it's about. I'm going to speak to someone who is going to tell us in layman terms what skirt and blouse voting means.
So the skirt and blouse voting is a kind of system where a voter decides to vote for two different candidates belonging to two different political parties. So for example, in the Clote constituency where we have Citi FM, Citi TV, a voter decides that I'm going to vote in this general election. When the voter goes, the voter decides to vote for the presidential elections. When he looks at the candidates in the particular presidential election, the voter decides to vote for GUM in that particular election for president. In the same constituency where the voter is also supposed to, or is expected to vote for a parliamentary candidate. But in voting for the parliamentary candidate, this time he didn't vote for the candidate belonging to the GUM party. He decides that he's going to vote for a parliamentary candidate belonging to the CPP. In this case, that particular voter has decided to go for the skirt and blouse. So instead of voting for GUM presidential and GUM parliamentary, he goes for GUM presidential, CPP parliamentary. So this is what we mean by skirt and blouse anytime we talk about it in the news or we talk about it during our analysis.
All right, now this is the first time you are hearing the word or you're hearing these words, skirt and blouse. Some of you tweeted by saying, for example, 1,000 says skirt and blouse everywhere. Electorate voting based on works and not family ties or brand, and that's a win. Rexford Kingsley also said, "Charlie, no be small skirt and blouse. Menace vote." And then Selby also says that I like the skirt and blouse voting. Certain areas are no longer strongholds. If you don't work for the people, then you will leave the seat. And then Kwan Jr. or Style says, so the skirt and blouse, them they vote who go where am. Now, I want to call this international news sort of because this man who is quite popular, for those of you who know Ovation magazine, his name is Dele Mamudu, unfortunately happened to be on the bad side of Ghanaians because I think he poked his nose into businesses that are not his. And in the tweet, as you can see, he talked about the fact that lights have gone off in some areas when the counting of votes was underway, and Ghanaians did not spare him at all. So let us take you through some of the reactions that came our way when he tweeted that. Well, on to some Dele Mamudu tweets or reactions. Bernard Kweku Okai says, stick to interviewing #BB Niger contestants. That's your feel. Ouch. Kobe Dexter says, no brother bomb me past Dele Mamudu. He won't think about his country. No wonder the video called him my guy. Right. Lumbamba says, lights have been going off all over in Nigeria. We don't see you tweet about it. Rest. Queen Kali says Dele Mamudu needs to mind his business and focus on his country. All right, so there you have it. Entertaining reactions all through right here on the Election Bureau. Don't forget that the hashtag is Election Bureau, and also you could hashtag GH Elections. When you tweet at us, you can tweet at me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, everywhere, anywhere, social media, and also at Citi TV GH. Don't forget Citi 97.3, which is also the radio wing of the Election Bureau production. Till I come your way with some more, don't forget to keep the conversation going, to keep the interactions popping, and guess what? You just might appear on TV. See you next time.
This is the Election Bureau, our continuous, comprehensive and factual coverage of the 2020 general elections. My name is Abnanya Michampedu. Tonight, I'm here with Godfred Akoto-Boafo. We are here to continue that coverage for you. We are live on Citi TV and 97.3 Citi FM, where we've been updating you on the elections. We're taking a breather. When we return, we'll delve into some more matters on the elections.
ADB is pleased to roll out its new mobile banking app. Download the ADB mobile application from Google Play Store or the App Store and enjoy limitless possibilities on your smartphone. After downloading the ADB mobile app, sign up at your nearest ADB branch and change your default password, which will be sent to your email after setup. You are activated to enjoy the most convenient and smart way of banking. Experience mobile banking anywhere and anytime, such as account balance and transaction inquiry, instant transfer of funds to other customers in different domestic banks, transfer to any mobile money wallet in Ghana, airtime top-up for all networks, utility payments for DSTV, GoTV, ECG, Surfline, Vodafone broadband and postpaid, ADB, truly agric, and more.
Holidays, what a time. Just look. Hey, Daddy. Hey, drama. Drama lives here. You never know what they are learning. Choose the STV today for only 229 Ghana cedis. Whatever your Christmas is your moment. And this holiday season is about to get even more special. It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy, gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You're welcome back, and we are still in the second day of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections here on the Election Bureau. As we continue to update you on the process so far, I'm here with Godfred Akoto-Boafo, Head of Current Affairs here at Citi FM and Citi TV. Hello, Godfred.
Hello, always a pleasure.
Yeah, in the morning we're on radio.
Yeah, here we are this evening.
Right. The hassle continues.
Oh, of course, until we have a clear picture of who has won what. We are here for God and country.
Yeah, and it has been an eventful day while we await the collation of results from the entire country, especially for the presidential elections. And a number of issues happen here and there. But before we delve into the issues like the Techiman South constituency, before we came on air, Bernard Avle and Kojo Akoto-Boateng were giving us the figures and the data based on what we have gathered here at the Election Bureau from some 200 and is it 17 constituencies? So which regions and constituencies have we tabulated, and how did we arrive at that figure that our viewers can see on their television screens?
Well, I can start from the Volta region on that one. So for the Volta region, we have reported 15 out of 18 constituencies.
Okay.
So that accounts for the numbers that you're seeing. So for the Volta region, for instance, per the totals we have now, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama has polled 514,607 in that region. For the NPP's Narudankwe Akufo-Addo, 95,478. And then you have Christian Andrews of GUM. He is currently at 3,977. You have Ivor Green Street, 552. Ekuadonko, 143. Henry Latte, 140. Hassan Ayariga, 320. You have Kofi Akpalu at 197, David Apasera at 189, Bridget Jobenuku at 201, that's the PPP's candidate, and then Nanapno Dajiman Rawlings at 517, and then finally the independent candidate Alfred Walker at 359 votes. So if you come to the Western region, for instance, we are reporting 14 out of 17 constituencies. So at the moment, we have not reported for Takwan Swayem. We have not reported for Wassa Amenfi East and Wassa Amenfi Central. Outside of that, we have accounted for 14 other constituencies. And in the Western region, I can clearly count 340,191 for the NPP's Narudankwe Akufo-Addo and 293,514 for the NDC's John Mahama. And moving forward, I'll just be focusing on those two for now, just to save us some time.
Yeah.
If you go to the Central region, we have been able to report on 14 out of 23 constituencies. So we are still waiting for a constituency like Upper Dinshaw West. We are still uploading numbers for those. So we should be done with that very, very soon. In that region, 313,994 for the NPP Senator Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 308,321 for the NDC's John Mahama. If we come to Accra, we have reported on 30 out of 34 constituencies. At the moment, per our tally, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama has 1,216,704 votes to the NPP's 1,088,787 votes.
That's for Greater Accra.
For Greater Accra. If you go to
the number of constituencies again.
We have reported on 30 out of 34.
30 out of 34?
Yes, in the Greater Accra region. If you go to the OT region, we've reported on 7 out of 8. We are waiting for Karachi in Chumuru. And in the OT region, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is currently at 163,630 votes to the MPP's 92,103. We can keep going at this. We can look at the Eastern region, where we have reported on 31 out of 33 constituencies. The MPP's Nana Akufo-Addo 708,988, MDC 440,020. If we go to Ashanti, we have reported on 46 out of the 47. Yes, 46 out of 47. The MPP is at 1,262,800 votes to the NDC's 412,495. Go to Bono East, we've reported on 6 out of 11, and in that region, the NDC is John Mahama 128,490 to the MPP's 93,681. Take you to a half for 6 out of 6. So we've done everything in a half for constituents, the half a region, sorry. In that region, the MPP 122,612 and the NDC 116,405. If we go to the Bono region, we are awaiting 2 constituencies, so reported on 10 out of 12, And in that region, the NPP 219,151 to the NDC 253,209.
Okay, so Godfred, while you're letting us in on the specific regions and constituencies we are picking the results from, we've updated that figure on your television screen. So for the presidential race, now we have figures from 223 out of the 275 constituencies. Now, the NPP has 4,989,548. The NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, has 4,989,548, representing 51.3%. And the NDC's John Mahama has 4,702,504. 4,702,504, representing 48.3%. So these are figures we have collated here at the Election Bureau from 223 out of the 275 constituencies and nationwide. So Godfred, that's the update there. But we've seen the regions, the Ashanti, Oti, Central, Western, Volta regions. Which other regions are we getting our figures from?
So Upper West, we've reported on 10 out of 11. We are waiting for just one there. So in that region, the NDC 211,074 votes, to Nana Akufo-Addo's 109,228. In the Upper East region, we have reported on 10 out of 15 constituencies. In that particular region, the NDC's John Mahama 184,886, Nana Akufo-Addo 98,170. The Savannah region, we've reported on 6 out of 7. So the NDC's John Dramani Mahama 112,894, Nana Akufo-Addo 64,826. And then I'll take you to the Northern region finally. We've reported on 9 out of 18.
Okay.
So quite a bit to go in that particular region. For the moment, out of the 9, John Dramani Mahama has garnered 261,358, and Nana Akufo-Addo has garnered 193,781.
Okay, so that's for the northern region. Yeah. Do we have any figures from the Bono Enclave?
I have done that already.
No. Okay, yeah, it was among the earlier pack you did. All right, so that's what we have there with regions where we are collating our figures from here on the Election Bureau. But with these figures, these are for the presidential election, but a lot has happened with the parliamentary race. When Bernard and Kojo were going through the figures, you could see that a number of MPs have fallen. They will not be returning to Parliament. Which of them came to you as a surprise? It's quite a tall list, from Nalerigu Gambaga to Mion, to Adenta, Madina, Timpane, Okankwe North, Jomoro, Lejokuku, Krowo, a number of them. So let me begin from the ones that shocked you.
Okay, say shock. Yesterday when I was on, I said on the show that if I were Anthony Cabo, I would be very, very worried. I would not sleep. This morning, he's no longer going to Parliament. He's lost that seat, the Laura seat. It was one of the incredible achievements of the 2016 election, him being able to win that constituency. But what paved the path for him during that particular election was the fact that they had him on Samsam. Samsam was an independent candidate, was also very popular. And he took votes away from Bitziden.
Okay.
In
2016.
In 2016. This time there was no Samsam on the ballot sheet. So it was just a head-on battle between the MPP and the NDC. And so Anthony Cabo lost. And I wouldn't say I was surprised. It was a bit of, they should have seen that coming. But talking about genuine surprise, though, where do I even begin from? Let me talk about the Minister of Planning.
Okay.
Professor Jan Barfor, who lost the Winchi seat. Now, that is the spiritual home of the MPP. So it's a seat that is very dear to their hearts. So it took me a bit by surprise that he had lost that particular seat. But then again, from the primaries, we should have had an inkling from there. He was contested by 6 people who felt that they deserved the right, and 6 is a high number for somebody as influential as Professor Jambafo is in government. He eventually won out, but he has lost them the seat.
To
Fisheries,
Seidu Haruna.
yes. Again, Elizabeth Afoleku, I wouldn't say I'm surprised by it. There are those who had predicted that this was one of the seats in the Greater Accra region that was likely to fall. People had expected to put up a stiff fight, but she eventually lost to her perennial contender, Namumo. So the Fisheries Minister, that seat was also surprising for me.
Okay.
Let me see. Titus Nikwate Glover, MP3. That came as a bit of a surprise for me, looking at how he had seen out the challenge of Kempis. Now, Kempis was formidable in that particular constituency. He had been MCE previously, very popular with because of his sports background. The constituency is also a very heavy sporting constituency. And Titus himself has a very strong football background. Used to play football, even did a bit of kick around with Afinia United back in the day.
Okay.
So he has that background as well. And it helps in that particular constituency. So I thought that once he had been able to overcome Kempis twice, he would be able to consolidate his hold on that particular constituency. But no, Mr. Odampton has put paid to those ambitions. Himself, a former MC, and has taken out Titus Nikwate Glover, who is also Deputy Minister for Transport.
And there were issues there. I think a couple of weeks leading to December 7, his contender, Odampton, was arrested over some issues. The NDC supporters massed up at the police station, and a number of things. It's interesting that he has lost in this particular election. So that one also surprised you, Tema East?
Yes, Tema East.
Okay.
You see, and I guess there's also a lesson to be learned there, in the sense that it's the kind of constituency where the happenings of the past week will put people off.
Okay.
People would have made up their minds already, but it looked almost like blatant intimidation at a point. And if you also looked at some of the campaign antics of Titus Nikwate Glover in the build-up to this, let's be honest, there were a couple of viral videos we all saw. It was in bad taste, to say the least. And so it looks like people took that into their hearts and into their minds when they entered the ballot box, and they have punished him for it. So Deputy Minister of Transport is gone. Let me say Deputy Defense Minister Derek Odro. He lost the Nkranza North. Very, very rambunctious personality in Parliament. Very abrasive.
Yep.
Likes to speak his mind. And he rubs people the wrong way. If you're not used to Major Derek Odro, I've listened, he's done a lot of interviews where public reaction to him has been almost repugnant, where people are like, what is this guy talking about?
The recent one being the issue of providing security for parliamentarians following the demise of the Mfantsiman member of parliament through that armed robbery.
Yes, he created a reputation for himself as a politician who didn't really care about what people thought about him. It was like, I will speak my mind. This is who I am. But sometimes when you get to the public office, you have to cultivate a personality. You have to cultivate some kind of, maybe just some restraint.
Even against your values? Because people said,
it had nothing to do with values.
That's his opinion, and that's the mindset with which he is working with.
When you come into public office, it is not like you are speaking to your constituents. That's different. When you come into public office, you are speaking to a broader spectrum of society. And he failed to grasp that. He is somebody, any time he granted an interview, people were put off. Even if he was saying the right thing, people were like, what is this man talking about? He doesn't know where he is. So
he was the abrasive nature.
Yes, so he rubbed people the wrong way. So when I saw he had lost, I was not surprised. But let's also put that down to local politics and the growth there. So there is that one.
Okay. Before you go on, we are having more constituencies adding up to our tally of the presidential results. So for now, we have 226 out of the 275 constituencies nationwide. Okay, so the NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, has 5,666,334. That's the NPP's Nana Akufo-Addo's figure for now. The NDC has 4,768,961. So Nana Akufo-Addo is at 51.3%. John Mahama is at 48.3%. And these are results from 226 out of the 275 constituencies, which we have collated here at the Election Bureau. So, Godfred, let's go ahead with your list. You've told us about Nkranza North.
Yes.
Also, Laura Crowell and Titus Glover, Tema East.
Yes.
Which other areas?
Yeah, I will tell you about this, but also just to tell you that we have some results coming in from Nadoli Kalio. So
Okay.
we will get to that in a bit. But let me complete my list here. Okay, George Nei Anda. I don't think he expected to lose this particular seat. The Otu Senya constituency has a reputation for not returning MPs, and he had campaigned on the basis of, look, I've done well, the government has done well, so bring me back as Member of Parliament. I can't say there are myriad of factors in that particular part of the country. Look, it's one of the poorest parts of the country.
Yeah, which is in your West constituency.
And people might say, oh yeah, it's close to Accra. Yes, it is close to Accra, but people are poor.
Okay.
And not much has changed in those particular constituencies over the past 4 years. So it was always going to be a tough ask for Nei George Anda to go back. And I guess it is the reason why members of parliament don't last in that constituency, because nobody is able to make that significant shift. And I guess politicians who vie for that particular seat should learn. And I'm hoping Madam Tete Agbotui, who has won that seat, will look at the long list of victims in that constituency and strategize, to deal with the situation. Because other than that, these are people who look like they want to see something significant change in their lives, and they vest that in the MP. If it does not happen, you are gone. So for me, George Nei Anda, I will add him to my list. And let me add one more, and then we can move on. Quite a few, but
okay.
Boniface Abubakar Sadiq. He lost Medina to Francis Xavier Susu, my old schoolmate. Now he snatched that particular seat from the NDC in 2016 from one of my favorite MPs, Sorogo. I like Sorogo because Sorogo is the kind of guy you can put your TV on and he's sitting on the TV discussing a telenovela. Yeah, he loves his telenovelas. Yeah, Sorogo. So I liked him for that part of his life. In
the 2016 campaign, it came up that this MP is always.
No, I mean, an MP can't have a life. An MP can't have a social life. He can't have interests. So I was not holding it against him. But the thing is this: Boniface Abubakar Sadiq came in on the back of the very strong Zogo community in that particular constituency. There are a lot of people I spoke to who complained about the fact that he changed strategy. For somebody who was very accessible in the build-up to the 2016 election, once he came into power, and I'm surprised he made this error, having been an MP before in Salaga, and knowing what it means to people to be able to have access to you, people said he was no longer readily accessible. In the election in 2016, he was the kind of person who would show up at your doorstep, have a conversation with you. He was everywhere. He put boots on the ground. In the past 4 years, he has not done that, and people lost that connection with him, even though he was a man of the community. And here they had a young man who is also of the community and has worked for the community. There are a lot of people in that part of town who see one of their own. And the story of Titikaka is remarkable. I went to school with him at the University of Ghana. We were Commonwealth all together at the time. And his rise is remarkable. He doesn't come from the best of backgrounds, but he's been able to pull himself up does a lot of pro bono work in the constituency, and that's how he's made his name. You know, all these big human rights cases he picks up and pursues for people, and he does a lot of that in the constituency. Multilingual as well, speaks Ga, speaks Ewe, speaks Hausa, and you can find him with the people. And let me add this: I think Boniface Abubakar Sadiq underestimated him.
Really?
Up until the last month or so of the election.
Hold on to that, and let me recap the figures I gave earlier for the presidential election, the results we have. So 226 out of 275 constituencies, the MPP's Nane Akufo-Addo has 5,066,334, representing 51.3%. So it's 5,066,334, and the NDC's John Mahama has 4,768,961, representing 48.3%. And these are figures from the 226 out of 275 constituencies. So go ahead. You were talking about how you feel.
Yeah, Boniface, I just felt he underestimated Francis Xavier Susu for a long time. And maybe until he did his surveys in September, October, November, and realized that no, this young man is going to give me more trouble than I anticipated. And if you look at the distance between the two, our own Caleb Kuda spoke to me. He said he admitted to Caleb that he was surprised by the margin that he had lost by. He lost by almost 15,000 votes. And but he just says he's contested the results, but 15,000 is a lot to contest. But it's his right to contest as well, so he should not be denied that right. But the thing is, he left it too late and was taken by surprise, as he himself admitted.
Could it be that he's still not in touch with the fact that the constituency numbers grew with the registration, and so that margin could actually be the situation on the ground?
Yeah, and that is interesting. You know, prior to the election, when Bernard had this brilliant idea that, look, we need to look at what these growth spurts in voter population mean for these constituencies. And once we start discussing this, for instance, I asked him the other time, Ewutu Senya East is always popular. If you look at the numbers, there's a 30% growth or so plus in that particular constituency. Adding to their numbers, they entered the top 5 in the country. Big numbers for the MPP all the time, but it didn't mean that the MPP was going to get majority of the new numbers. Nobody knew. And the same thing happened to Medina. Big numbers joined the fray, but there was no guarantee that these numbers were going this particular way. And obviously, if you look at the turnaround in votes, it does look like the numbers went with the young man on the ballot. And again, if you look at the demographics of the numbers of the new voters who entered that range, the 18 to 35. The 18 to 35.
Fresh blood.
And yes, the fresh blood. And the fresh blood were in the urban areas. So you would find them in places like the densely populated areas like Medina, Denta, because these are places where there's also low-cost housing. Renting a house in that part of town is relatively cheaper than renting a house in this part of town. So you find a lot of people who are migrating towards that part of town, but come to work here. So somebody like Francis Xavier Susu perhaps might have looked like one of them, a young man who lives in the community, doesn't have too much, has run basically a campaign on the back of his sweat. I remember he was interviewed on Point of View, and he said, look, the primaries cost him almost 300,000 Ghana cedis, and he had to be bailed out by friends. He didn't have any money. Okay, so good kudos to him. He's upset a big one, and it's going to take Boniface a long time to get over this, considering his struggles getting from Salaga, finding a home in Accra at Medina, defeating Sorogo, and then getting to be there for just one term.
We'll see how that goes. This is the Election Bureau, our continuous coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections on Citi TV and Citi FM. We are looking at some parliamentary results and the ones that caused some form of surprise, depending on which side you are on. So, Godfred, still on that lane, how about Adenta? Were you surprised at the results?
Sometime I interviewed Yababi Asamoah on Face to Face, and I asked him this question: are you worried by how busy your schedule is? Because he ran a super effective campaign. I was working around that part of town in 2016, so he was somebody I was very familiar with. He was everywhere. You could see him. He was active. He was very engaging. He would stop you and have a conversation with you about why you need to vote for him. I think he took on a bit too much when he became communications director of the MPP, because it took him away from the constituency. He's also a very busy legislator as well. But taking on the communications director, there are those who will tell you that, well, that gives him national projection, so his constituents would see him. Yes, but his constituents would see him working a different job. His constituents would not see him working the job that they had voted him for. They didn't vote for him to become communications director of the NPP. They voted for him to represent the people of that particular constituency in parliament, and they were not getting enough of it. And it also denied him the time to be able to go back there and engage people and perhaps lobby. And he tried the lobbying, because there were a lot of roads that people were complaining about that eventually got some attention. But perhaps it came a bit too late and allowed his opponent, who's also pretty savvy, because he's lived in the area for a long time, has campaigned in the area. And there are those who even accused Ramadan of not campaigning as vigorously as he did in 2016. Although it's an allegation that you cannot justify, because how do you say that, okay, he didn't campaign as hard as he did? But there are those who said, well, he relaxed a bit. But the point is, he did enough. And if you saw the emotion in Ramadan's face, he wailed. He didn't cry. He was wailing with joy.
After he was declared winner.
After he was declared the winner, people had to hold him, because it was like, finally, it's happened. And there are a lot of people who predicted this. And if you spoke to residents of Adenta, they didn't have anything against the Yababi Asamoah. But a lot of them were also quite open about the fact that they were going to vote against him. It was one of those constituencies where Adenta residents, where people will tell you, as for YB, he will go. People will say it, as for YB, he will go, as for YB, he will go. Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he will go. And we had a lot of that. So
more of constituents being fatigued.
No, not necessarily fatigued, just constituents feeling they didn't get what they deserved. They felt it's like you buying a Ferrari and discovering there's a Tico engine in it. And so they felt a bit cheated by that. Hard luck to him. He's a fine politician, speaks really well. I think he represents his party brilliantly. I'm sure he'll find a way to make a comeback, Yababi Asamoah.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay, let's stay within Accra and talk about Okankwe North. Issa Fusaini lost the parliamentary election in that constituency to Theresa Awuni of the NDC.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that, but there are those who also say it's been coming for the young member of parliament. His constituency is a very complicated one. He lives in the constituency. He's not one of those MPs who has run away from the constituency. He lives there, he engages the people, but it's a difficult task in that part of town. And
Okankwe North.
Okankwe North, yes.
So that's Achimota, Akweteman.
Yes, that part of town. And
Boy.
He'll be very disappointed with himself. He had a very close primary. He had a very, very close primary, and perhaps that should have been the signal that if he's not careful, things will not go well for him. Unfortunately, the price is bigger now. He won the primary, but the seat is gone. So perhaps the party would look at it and say, perhaps we should have done something at the primary level and, protected ourselves there. But I'm not too surprised by it. Another very good mind. He's done some fine work in Parliament. He's an investment analyst, so he knows his numbers when it comes to money. So he's one of those persons who does good work when it comes to finance in Parliament. But hey,
unfortunately,
it did not.
He won't be returning to Parliament. Okay, let me take you to Lejekuku. and talk about the Deputy Health Minister, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. He will also not be returning to Parliament after the parliamentary elections in that constituency. Benjamin Aiku of the NDC won. I remember on Voters' Diary, we were talking about the Lejokuku constituency, and you mentioned that the race there will be tight.
Yeah.
And we are seeing its manifestation today.
Yeah, Benjamin Aiku Nate, or Nati, based on how good your Ghana accent is. And it was a heavy one. This was like 18 hours at the Teshi police station of collation going back and forth. And if you look at the numbers, it was a pretty close race. So Mr. Aiku 55,938, Okoboy 54,072. So again, this is another constituency where, since Nia J. Boy Sekan won the seat consecutively in 92 and 96, everybody's a one-term MP. They don't mess around there. And I'm a bit conflicted by this. You know why?
Tell me.
If you were looking for a model parliamentarian, it would be Okoboy. You know, in terms of access, in terms of communication, in terms of doing parliamentary work, you know, it's a mix of things. Being in the community, he lives and works in the community.
Yeah.
Being visible in Parliament, he's very visible in Parliament because he's Deputy Minister of Health and he's seen as one of the rising stars of the NPP. Knows how to explain party policy very well, represents the party on several media platforms, and he acquits himself really well. People like him. The first time I had him on the big issue, the responses were crazy. People were like, who is this guy? You know, this is perhaps they need to get him out more. And he eventually built on that and became Deputy Health Minister during the period of the COVID. So I'm a bit mystified, but I'll get to Mr. Ayiku's gifts as well, because he also has significant advantages. You know, so that's what I'm saying. I'm mystified by Okoboy, because if Okoboy can get kicked out for playing the role of a parliamentarian properly,
the constituents want something else beyond relatability, beyond doing your work well.
What do you want exactly? That's the thing. What do you want exactly? But the thing is this: he's gone, and I'm very disappointed personally. But let's talk about Mr. Aiku. And as soon as he entered the fray, everybody knew it was going to be a race.
Okay,
everybody knew it was going to be a race. He's also a man who has deep roots within the constituency, very well known within the constituency, has a lot of businesses within the constituency, and that matters because he's a significant employer in there. He has ways of engaging the people in terms that they understand. Now, one might say Okoboy is accessible, but Okoboy is also a bit of an upper class person in that part of town. Hold on. Aiku is a proper Lejokuku man. Those who are listening to me understand the point I'm trying to make here. And these things matter. So for instance, you meet Okoboy will sit down and have attire with the boys, they'll play football and all those things. There's a reason why he does those things, because that is how you gain acceptance with these people. It's not about money, it's not about all those things. Those things matter. That you are a son of theirs and they feel that, oh, I am equal with you at all times. This person, Mr. Aiku, is one of those people. I remember during the Homo War celebrations, and it's perhaps there are those who have attributed Okoboy's loss to that particular incident during the celebration of the Homo War, when some celebrants got into trouble for violating COVID protocols. And the story was told that on the ground, Okoboy was blamed for the arrest. And guess who bailed the people who got arrested? Mr. Aikunati. So that particular scenario, perhaps contributed to this, but in the end, he won. A lot of people, when I spoke to Anas Seidu Numa Rusanda, for instance, earlier on, and Anas knows that area quite well, they were like, look, this guy is going to win. they were quite clear that this guy would go. So it's like I said, personally, I'm sad because if you wanted if you wanted to show an MP, like I would show Koboy, but here he is, gone.
All right, so that's Dr. Bernard Okoboy, MP for the Lojokuku constituency. He will not also be returning to Parliament. Let me take you up north and talk about the Damongo constituency. Adam Mutawakilu, he's a ranking member on Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee. Galus, they call him. And he will not be returning.
Again, one of those MPs who will be missed, and Duke will not enjoy this one because when he does his series on Sages of Parliament, it means he has to update that report because Mutawakilu has joined the outgoing Sages of Parliament. And for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, our parliamentary correspondent has this very interesting report he does on people who matter in Parliament and who are leaving Parliament, and I'm sure you'll get to hear more of the reports before the week is over on the Sages of Parliament report. But solid guy. Again, he's everything you want in a member of Parliament in terms of the work in Parliament. Knows his beans. If you call him on anything on energy, mines, he knows what's up. He knows what is happening. He knows what the current policy is. He knows the modern trends, and he knows how to communicate it well. He knows how to make a case, and he has done an incredible job keeping the majority on their toes, the government on their toes when it comes to matters of energy policy and the like. But back in Damongo, here he was facing a very formidable young man who had come from Deputy Chief of Staff, lawyer, Jinapo. His brother is on the other part is on the other side. They have a father who is also significantly influential in that part of the country. So I honestly was not expecting Jinapo to be able to do this, but those who have said that, look, Jinapo spent a lot of time on the ground, and the work he put in is what has gained him the seat. And those who are on the ground say, look, the kind of campaign that was run is one that might not be matched in a very, very long time. People have benefited properly in Damongo.
I think on our constituency radar from Damongo, the people were talking about a classroom block, furniture, water, and other things that Abu Jinapo had provided. But we spoke to Adam Mutawakilu. He was able to tell us on top of his head a number of projects he had embarked on. And as for boreholes, he just dashed them like that.
Yeah, boreholes, and then these grinding machines as well. He had distributed a large number of those.
Corn mills.
The corn milling ones. But unfortunately, it didn't work for him. But my compensation is in the fact that we are replacing one fine mind with another. Absolute respect for Mr. Jinapo, who is coming in, Deputy Chief of Staff, very good lawyer, a young man on the rise. I'm sure he will represent the people of Damongo well.
Okay, so that's for the Damongo constituency. This is the Election Bureau on 97.3 Citi FM and Citi TV. My name is Abnanya Mechampedu. I'm here with Godfrey Akoto-Boafo, and we are getting you through the night with more on the general elections as we await the final collation of the results. Now, let's talk about, we've done Ewutu Senior West. You said it was one of those that another Tete has snatched it from under. Okay, Ekumfi, Kingsley Atukujo. Ekumfi is a really popular constituency because of the eco juice. People talk about it, and unfortunately, the candidates there, the incumbent MP, lost to Abeku Kwenso of the NDC. Was that one expected? This is the central region.
Yeah. Again, Ekumfi is one of those constituencies. Look, forget the factory there. It is poor. You see, and it looks like the people have realized this and have decided to act on it.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Atukujo, very likable person, but just didn't work out for him because the people had made up their minds that they were going to change. Okay, so it was a storm that was coming, and there was nothing he was going to be able to do about it. I'm sure there were a lot of people who told him that, look, you are going to lose this particular race, and I'm sure he would have said, no, it will not happen. But not much has changed. Yes, there's a factory around, but not much had changed in the lives of the indigents of the area. So I'm not too surprised that he's gone. And the thing about this also was he's deputy fisheries minister on a coastal, plain as well.
His boss is gone.
Yeah, and so both the fisheries ministers are gone. It should tell you how people are feeling about
that sector.
About that sector right now. There's a lot happening there, but on the ground, just people felt not much had changed. So, too bad for him.
Okay, Kensley Atokujo, Confit constituency. How about Cape Coast North, Barbara Asha AEC?
Well, I will not say I know too much about the local politics of Cape Coast North, so I will not go too much in there. I will say I'm not surprised.
Okay,
I'm not surprised. There had been a bit of controversy, earlier in the year, of a personal nature, but as to how that had an impact on the elections, we do not know.
Okay, so Barbara lost to Kwamina Minta Nyako of the NDC. Let's talk about somebody you are quite familiar with, Alexander Aban, Gumwa West MP.
Well, my good friend from Gumwa West, it was one of those seats that, again, people had predicted would go. Even I think we kind of did a bit of recce there.
Yes.
Early in the year. Engaging, and a lot of residents were not happy. They felt the roads were not good. They felt they had a bit of an absent member of parliament, and not in the sense of his presence, but in the not his physical presence, but they did not feel that he was impacting their lives. And it's a trend. A lot of constituents in that part of town simply feeling that, look, our MPs are not doing enough for us, and we need to see more effort. It's not just enough that you represent us. It's not just enough that you show up every once in a while and make a donation here and there. We want to see a significant shift. If we were at A, by the time you are done with 4 years, we want to see that we are at B or C. And a lot of the people in this particular constituency did not feel that Honorable Aban, one of the, again, best parliamentarians we have, when you talk about doing the work of parliament, in parliament,
not in the constituency.
They had issues in the constituency. But again, when you come to doing the work of parliament in parliament, if you go to parliament and you ask them to name 10 MPs themselves, there's no way they will not mention Alexander Aban's name. When it comes to matters of law, reviewing, constitutional material, he's one of the go-to guys. Likes to keep to himself.
Yeah. And he frees his mind as well.
Yeah. He has his own, and it's never really had an impact on his political career, him freeing his mind. But I think his people wanted a bit more of him than they felt they were getting, and they've opted for a different option. Okay,
let's go to the Bono East region now and touch base with Michael Chachu Aholu in the Techiman South constituency. Earlier, we told you about how there were some disturbances following declaration of the parliamentary results there. We understand that declaration wasn't from the Electoral Commission. Michael Chachu Aholu has joined us to bring us more. Michael, so what exactly happened and what brought about this different results we are learning of?
Okay, so what happened, each all of us, I should even say, about an hour to 5 p.m., we had NDC raising some crucial questions up to the inclusion of 5 polling station results in the collation. So the NDC's argument was that the EC did not have pink sheets for these polling stations. And if the AG has no pink sheets for the polling stations, it actually cannot collect any official, any credible votes or voter results. So what happened was the NDC was contesting, they were protesting, and they were saying that the EC can in no way add any votes to the already calculated or tabulated results which they had. So the NDC was actually raising this issue when all of a sudden results were placed up on the projector. This projector was also outside, but because it was daytime, a lot of the folks outside couldn't see it. But it clearly stated that the NPP parliamentary candidate for the Sichuan South constituency had won the parliamentary election. This did not go well at all for the NDC protesters, or the NDC supporters rather, who were outside the collation center. They started throwing stones, they started making noise, and the security services who were there trying to control the situation started firing warning shots into the air. Unfortunately, I don't know how come, but some of the bullets managed to hit some of the protesters. We spoke with a doctor who treated these protesters who were sent to the Holy Family Hospital here in Sichuan, and he stated that about 8 of these protesters were brought in. One, unfortunately, passed on, according to the doctor, but the rest were being treated with one in a critical condition. So that's the situation here. The atmosphere in the town is really a quiet one. Streets which usually were filled with people moving up and down, attending to economic issues and moving from one point to the other, they are almost empty. Everywhere is quiet, which is unusual for Sichuan, if you know Sichuan as a town.
Okay, Michael, so what happened was that during the collation process, some results were projected, and the EC says those ones didn't come from them.
Yes.
So what is the certified results then? Has the EC been able to complete the collation now?
Okay, so right after the incident of the shooting, it has become very difficult to reach the EC. Even with the Ghana Police Service, the security agencies, they are refusing to speak with us until they themselves gather further information. But I tried speaking with the regional EC director. He stated that as of now, he cannot comment on the issues. We have not received any official message from the EC as to whether the results that were projected is the official EC results for the Sichuan South parliamentary results. So as of now, we are left hanging. We don't have parliamentary results. We don't also have presidential results. As the NPP in the Sichuan South constituency, of course, the results that was projected stated that they are going around circulating that they have won the election, and their supporters should be rest assured that Martin Ejime supporter has won the constituency.
All right. Talking about the candidates, are any of them at the collation center, and what have been their reaction to the developments there?
Okay, so after the incident, I had to actually get to safety with my camera person. But right after the incident, the security services managed to get both parliamentary candidates out safely. After now, the NDC is planning a conference, a press conference. I'm currently at the location for the press conference, waiting to hear from the side of the NDC as to what their next step of action would be.
Do we still have supporters at that collation center?
Well, I can't say after that, but the time after I was leaving, that was by 5 p.m., there was no NDC supporter at the collation center. But we had a few of them hanging around in shops, just watching out to see what is actually going on at the collation center.
Okay, but what is the atmosphere in the township as the voters await the results from this election?
So, if you know Sichuan well, the population here, majority are settlers. And these settlers, a lot of them have affection for the NDC, and for that matter, for Christopher Bayure, who is the NDC parliamentary candidate. A lot of them are in shock. They can't believe that they have actually, it's possible that they would lose the parliamentary seat, because from the morning, the projections from the NDC data, which they collated, indicated that the NDC had won the seat. So this message, this happening actually took most of the NDC supporters by surprise. On the street, very, very quiet. We have a small chit chat where individuals talk about how they have been cheated, how they believe that the EC is in bed with the NPP. Of course, all these allegations, but that's what's going on.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael Chachua Holu, reporting from the Techiman South constituency in the Bono East region. We understand there's a stalemate over the results there. The EC is not yet speaking about whether they have certified results. The MPP is projecting different results, and also that shooting incident, he tells us one person has passed on as a result. The others are in the hospital receiving treatment for various degrees of injuries. And so that is where we are now, Godfred, with the situation in the Techiman South constituency. This issue of results declaration.
Yeah, that's I think Martin J.
Mensa
Kosa. I hope they're able to settle this without any more loss of life, and the tension can calm down a bit so we can just move on with it.
All right. This is the Election Bureau on 97.3 Citi FM, also on Citi TV. We are taking a breather. When we return, we have more. Don't go away.
Rigworld Solutions, forging the frameworks of Ghanaian industry. Engineering solutions from the heart of Takrady, Kejebil. At Rigworld Solutions, we manufacture industrial bolts and nuts, fasteners, hoses and fittings for the extractive and petrochemical industries. World-class products with local expertise. Locate our factory in Kejebil of the Takrady Takwa Road. Call 0302 949917 or 0540 107504. Email enquiries at rigworldsolutions.com. Rigworld Solutions, crafted in Ghana, engineered for the world.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn. But I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea, awaken to what really matters.
Holidays, what a time. Just look. Hey, Daddy. Hey, drama. Drama lives here. You never know what they are learning. Choose the STV today for only 229 Ghana cedis. Whatever your Christmas is your moment. And this holiday season is about to get even more special.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Speed thrills, but it kills. An open road in good condition may entice a driver to speed. As a driver, you must not speed, especially in areas where speeds of less than 50 kilometers per hour are required. Road engineers sometimes construct speed humps in an effort to make drivers reduce speeds, especially in residential areas, commercial areas, and near schools where speeds of less than 30 kilometers per hour are required. If you are driving in such areas, please slow down so that you can bring your vehicle to a stop when you have to. Stop road crashes now. Stay alive.
This road safety education is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn, but I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea awaken to what really matters.
GoTV is everyone's favorite place this festive. A place of incredible adventures where all the rhythm is. A place of winners where friendship means everything. And where you find love in its purest form. GoTV, Bronya Pape Fie. Stay connected using my GoTV app or get your GoTV decoder, GoTenna, and a month of the best of local and international entertainment on GoTV Plus for as low as 109 Ghana cedis. GoTV, love it.
At McDan Shipping, we saw a chance to invest in a logistics company whose technology streamlines shipping operations. Perspectives like this has made McDan the leading cargo consolidation manager. Clearing and forwarding come with speed and dependability. Cargo handling, air freight, transporting, transits, warehousing, and bulk logistics. With branches in Africa, Asia, Europe, USA, and all over the world. McDan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the series?
Can you see me now?
I can. But wait, who's calling you?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's one of those girls.
Want to have an apple?
I'm trying to change the
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week you talked about this week is very, very low. What's your suggestion? We would look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together. From 1st October, get 5 cedis airtime total whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You're welcome back. This is the Election Bureau, 97.3 Citi FM and Citi TV. Our continuous coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. My name is Abnanya Michampedu, here with Godfred Akoto Boafo. We're looking at some shocks that emerged from the parliamentary elections. We continue. Now, Godfred, before we get to some other constituencies, we are having a statement from the NPP's candidate for the Odododio constituency.
Yeah.
Let me take my time. Nilante Bannerman.
You don't want to get caught up.
No.
For Nilante Vanderpool.
I know.
To tell you that you were in the spirit. But that was an. I am glad that race is over. You know, the tension and the incidents were just getting a bit out of hand. So. But let me just read the statement from Nilante Bannerman. He was quite confident in the build-up to the election. I interviewed him also on face-to-face, and he was certain he was going to grab this particular constituency. So it says that it has been an exhilarating campaign period for me and the NPP, and we have savored every moment of it. Let me first thank God for how far He has brought the NPP and I in the Odododio constituency. I also wish to thank our Council of Elders and Patrons, constituency executives, zonal coordinators, polling station executives, and the good people of Odododio that supported my candidacy for Member of Parliament. I thank you for the prayers that have lifted my spirits, the countless acts of courage, generosity, and grace that I have experienced during this campaign. Although I am disappointed with the outcome, I will continue my commitment to public service by helping others and fighting for the ideals and principles that will make our dear Odododio a better place to live in. For all those who care, for all those whose cares have been our concern, this political campaign might have come to an end, but the work goes on. The cause endures, the hope still lives, and the ideals that drive us shall never die. It is also my prayer that the good Lord will grant eternal rest to those who have lost their lives for this cause, and to the injured a speedy recovery. I hope that the perpetrators behind the heinous attacks that led to the deaths and injuries will be made to face the full rigors of the law. God bless you, and may He continue to bless our dear Odododio. Thank you, Nilante Bannerman, who happens to be the man who runs Premix Fuel in Ghana. So,
okay, so
statement from him.
That settles Odododio.
Nilante Vanderpool has won that one. All right, let's go.
All right, so let's go on and talk about Nalerigu Gambaga, the constituency of the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, Hajia Alima Mahama. She lost.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that. That's the local government minister. That's the local government minister. You know, but she was unable to hold on to the seat, and she lost it to, let me see.
That would be Alhaji Baba Seidu Isifu.
Yes. And it's a bit surprising because I look at her performance in the 2016 election. She did quite well. She performed quite creditably. 27,501. She defeated Isifu Seidu, who polled 23,150 in that constituency.
So it was a rematch.
Yeah, it's and I'm sure she herself will struggle to come to terms with this particular loss, and it does do some damage for her. This is somebody who has aspirations beyond Parliament. This is somebody whose aspirations go towards being vice president one day, and she's one of the more formidable senior female politicians in the NPP. So a loss like this does dent your position a bit, because if you, as local government minister, if you cannot hold a seat for the party, you know, then we say, okay, what kind of hold do you actually have? So on a personal level, this will come back and worry her a bit. Haji Alima Mahama.
Okay, let's go to the Jomoro constituency.
Yes, quite the interesting one. That seat was initially held by Paul Essien in 2016. It's a seat that flip-flops.
Yeah.
It flip-flops between the MPP and the NDC. The NDC held that seat in 2008 and 2012, and then the MPP took it over in 2016. That was
and then
Paul
Samia
Essien.
Nkrumah was also.
Yes. And, you know, I would talk about that. It's a bit disappointing that, you know, she could not make it again, considering who she is, you know, and all that. But again, kudos to the madam who I'm trying to.
Dorcas Afo Tofe.
Yes.
Yeah, of the
yes.
NDC.
Yes, Dorcas Afo Tofe. Of the. She's a philanthropist.
Okay.
She's done well. She used what was available to her. In the final days, she relied on her very popular daughter to bring Shatawale to town.
Oh.
Yes, her daughter is a musician. I think she's called Fantana.
Oh, interesting.
But she, I would not put the...
Shatawale in Jomoro.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that she looks like somebody who did work. She did the hard work on the ground. So I'm just not going to put the credit at the visit of Shatawale.
That would just be a spice.
A spice, yes. She would have done quite a bit of work to take the seat from Paul Essien. So well done to her. We'll see if she'll be able to hold it. She's a bit of a newbie on the scene.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting how she fares in Jomoro.
Okay, so that's for the Jomoro constituency. I'm trying to cross all the various constituencies. Let's go to the Ashanti region and talk about New Edubiase. It was among the seats the NDC had, and then the MPP took it over in 2016.
And it's one of those seats that they will hate losing because the Deputy Agric Minister, Jojo Dro, held that seat. It was an NDC seat that the NPP picked up, and Odro was rewarded for it. You know,
but the appointment.
Yes, of course, you have to show appreciation. These things matter, you know, in local politics. So it was important. But what did not help him was the candidate. You know, Adam Salam, young man. But for those who follow football, his name will make sense.
Okay.
That is Abdul Salam Yakubu's brother. That's the CEO of New Edubiase United. Now, for a long time, the only good thing in the constituency for a lot of young men is New Edubiase United. It has employed people. It has sent young men from that town abroad. And he's a management member of that football club. Okay. And this was a club where basically pushed for the building of a stadium in New Edubiase when former President Mahama was running affairs. And he went there and made a promise. Now, he did not live up to that promise.
Yeah.
And they held it against him. And that is why the seat fell. Now, over the past 4 years, no progress has been made on this particular stadium project. But other projects have been done. So they've had a school there. The government has also improved communication in some of the communities there. So quite some considerable work has been done in New Edubiase. But it was just one of those seats that the NDC really, really wanted back. And when later on we get to the Ashanti region to look at it on a regional basis, I think Chama to me was very disappointed. He had a project 47. He ended up doing 42. So we will discuss that, including New Edubiase. So yeah.
Okay.
Congratulations to Salam. If I think he started out as favorite. Jojo did not stand a chance the moment a name like Adam Salam entered. And in that part of town, like I said, Abdul Salam Yakubu, very popular. His brother, very popular. There's another brother who's also a management member. Oh. You know, very, very, very popular. And they are very invested in the community. You will meet them in all kinds of places. You will not suspect you will meet them, but they will be there.
Okay, let's update our viewers and our listeners on the figures from our collation on the presidential election results. We now have 227 out of the 275 constituencies. The MPP's Nana Akufo-Addo has 5,114,688, representing 51.4%. I'm taking the number again. 5,114,688, 114,688, representing 51.4%. Now, NDC's John Mahama has 4,803,240. 4,803,240, representing 48.2%. 48.2%. So that's what we have now, 227 constituencies. Nana Akufo-Addo has 51.4%. John Mahama has 48.2%. And away from that, we'll get to talk about more constituencies. Let's stay in the Ashanti region a while longer.
Yeah, and also just before the...
Okay.
It looks like we'll get some updates from the Western region as well. A regional picture.
Okay.
As soon as we're able to get Ebenezer Afeni-Dazi, you will get that. It looks like that particular region has been able to bring its work to a close on both the presidential and the primary side. He will provide details, but basically, NPP has won that region for the presidential, but in the parliamentary, they have lost 4 seats to the NDC. So Eben will provide some details later.
Just before we wrap up on this particular one, the new EDBSA, I understand Adams was also a sports presenter, and they say he was a good commentator. He did a bit of work with Focus FM in Kumasi, our partner stations who have been picking our coverage of the election 2020. So that's what we have there. So still in the Ashanti region, Fomina, the dismissed member of parliament, won the election as an independent candidate. Andrews Isiama and Fomina.
Yeah, incredible achievement. I wanted to just get some numbers. Yes, so Andrews Isiama, lawyer Andrew Isiama Amwakun, won that particular election. He was the incumbent. His story is now one of the popular ones of this election. Kicked out of parliament by his own party. Speaker made a ruling on it. He polled 12,000.
All right, Godfred, hold on now. We have to cross over to the Information Ministry. The Information Minister, Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, is addressing the media now.
That these matters are responded to right now, especially at this time in the election. And he's making false allegations that the military of the Republic of Ghana is involved in efforts to change results and subvert the will of the Ghanaian people. So we will speak specifically to some of these issues, and then we will take questions and respond to them. Now, first of all, the claim by candidate Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. That claim is false. Anybody who has followed Ghana's electoral process knows that there are returning officers at the 275 constituencies. That's different from the returning officer for the presidential election. These returning officers collate the results and make a formal declaration of who has won the constituency. The Ghanaian media is littered across all 275 constituencies and their collation centers. You are the ones who are reporting this election. If indeed anybody has gained 140 seats in parliament by now, you will know. Wouldn't you know? You will clearly know. So we do not think that, first of all, it lies in any candidate's mouth. Yes, we understand the political parties and their campaigns throw out numbers and explain where they are in their own coalition, etc. We've seen pictures from both sides and press tours. But a claim by Mr. Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. You, the media, are observing at all the 275 coalition centers across the country. And I'm sure you yourself can confirm, as at now, that they do not have a parliamentary majority. So it is important that at this point in time, this claim be shut down, so that the Ghanaian public, some of whom may be going to bed tonight, the international community listening, doesn't start getting that idea that Mr. Mahama's party has won a parliamentary majority. I think the figures, as are being collated by the Electoral Commission and being declared, are quite clear. The last one I saw, the media putting out, not what we the parties are, the media putting out, was about 227 constituencies. And the details were there about who has won what. So please do not be deceived by any candidate, especially candidate Mahama at this point in time that his party has won parliamentary majority. That's item number one that we need to tell the people of Ghana and the international community about. Item number two is a dangerous matter. This dog whistle to supporters by the candidates that they should jubilate. And we are clear. This is a dog whistle to people to get out on the streets and jubilate. Now, first of all, we are happy that this call has largely not been heeded by the Ghanaian public. As you monitor the countryside, largely, this call has not been heeded. Because the Ghanaian people are discerning and can see through some of the, games on election night that candidates play. But we think it must be categorically said that it is utterly irresponsible and it flies in the face of good conduct and even the peace pact that the candidates signed a few days ahead of the election. I want to show you the true nature of some of these candidates. The peace pact that the candidates signed, I think President Akufo-Addo, Mr. Mahama, I think there were other parties that got a rep or so to sign, witnessed by the Chief Justice of the Republic. It says that you acknowledge and you commit to the following. A, that the remaining rounds of campaign sequel to the general election shall be conducted with decorum. B, that we shall monitor and keep in check the excesses of our supporters as and when they get out of line. Now you have candidates rather egging their supporters on after they have signed this peace pact, egging their supporters on to jubilate. And I'm explaining to you that nobody is a kid in this country. That is dog whistle for get out there and, celebrate. They go on. That they hereby commit themselves and supporters to continue to conduct their campaigns in a peaceful manner, that they undertake to accept the results of the election and concede to the winner accordingly. Then they commit to a number of things. After signing this, you now have candidate Mahama himself, not his campaign or his party. Those ones, you understand the party portion. But now you have the candidate himself asking his supporters that they have a right to jubilate. And like I've said to you, it's a dog whistle for asking them to do it. We want to, as a government of Ghana, strongly urge all candidates to desist from such conduct. It has the potential to raise tensions, to heighten anxiety, and most importantly, it will leave your supporters severely disappointed if and when an eventual loss is occasioned for you. And so we think that the responsible thing to do as a government at this point in time is to call it out and let the public know, don't fall for that. Item number 3. As you are aware, Ghana has had about 8 successful elections since the 1992 Constitution was rolled out. The Electoral Commission has a proven track record of successfully conducting elections. This EC has come under a barrage of criticisms from this particular candidate. But as we can all attest to, so far, the exercise of this election has generally, the part conducted by the EC has generally been smooth. No candidate should at this stage get into this exercise of seeking to undermine the work of the EC. It is most irresponsible, and it would endanger the peace of this country. Now, another matter worth speaking to is the attack on the media. Again, if you listen to the candidate's commentary, and the commentary by, I think, the General Secretary of his party immediately following afterwards, they are now attacking the Ghanaian media, that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. I'm sure you heard that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. Everybody knows that the media in Ghana, independent, experienced in observing elections at collation centers, does the simple exercise of bringing in the numbers and doing the analysis. And this election, let's commend the Ghanaian media. Many of you have invested in software that allows you to do interesting analysis, do comparisons, etc. You are beginning to notice, just like what the outgoing president of the US of A has been doing. Candidate Mahama is now suggesting that the numbers that the Ghanaian media are churning out and the collation that the Ghanaian media is beginning to do, which you have done in previous elections, are false and are fake. And we think that, again, it is important to call it out. This is not the first time that you see a candidate begin to make such allegations when they know something that maybe the rest of the population don't. And that's why I cited the example of the U.S., where the U.S. president, who is outgoing now, consistently been attacking the media as being fake news, enemies of the people, etc., etc. We're beginning to observe a bit of it here. And we think it's important not to let it slide, but to draw your attention to this. Now, again, another claim is being introduced into the conversation, and it's important to draw the country's attention to it, that Mr. Mohammed's party says that it has won majority of the regions, and therefore it can extrapolate that it ought to win the presidential election. For the avoidance of doubt, we need to remind everybody of what the rules of engagement are and what the facts are. The rules of engagement is in Article 63, Clause 3 of the Constitution 1992. And I'll read you just a little bit of it. It says, a person shall not be elected as the president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. It has absolutely nothing to do with the regions that you claim or you purport to have won. The constitutional provision of who wins a presidential election is in Article 63, Clause 3. Please take time and read it and educate the Ghanaian public. That if any candidate comes to tell you that he thinks that he has won a region which he thinks is big, therefore he should be the next president, or a collection of regions. Ghana's election is not an electoral college like what happens in the US. Ghana's election, in accordance with Article 63, Clause 3, is simple. You have to win 50% plus 1 of the votes for the presidential election. And so please, this misinformation or disinformation that is being introduced into the Ghanaian election as it goes on is important that we call it out so that the general public does not fall for it and begin to correlate that, oh, therefore, if this person wins X number of regions, then he should be declared president. No, there's an exercise for doing that, and that exercise, we understand, is being done by the Electoral Commission. In conclusion, the Electoral Commission has proven, I think over the last 8 elections, he has the capacity to do that which is doing. We want to urge the general Ghanaian population and all other stakeholders to remain calm, to remain vigilant, yes, and to follow the EC's processes and the updates that the EC will give us, and not be moved by comments now by a presidential candidate to do otherwise. And this is what we believe the government ought to put out at this stage in the election tonight. I'll do a quick summary, and then I will take your questions. If we're in church, I will say, and you may say, Monia Brenna, Moshia, and Wahasi. Namum, your friend Waha, and Sembe, Minumi, and Sabi. Mifia Sienami Tremu said, the entire Menamidina Kasan said, many minister of information. But about way, Mizunami a candidate. Kasa American and yet parties and assembly American. Ghana buying and a air Kasa, and a scene so said me, and I mean Kasa Magana buying. The entire you bring Ghana buying any or mine in common say, presidential candidates Nebako, Yura Mahama, Ababo and Tinga Central Function Bay, Don Ribako, Nifa, and Abe Don Ribakuni. No, he can't send me and seminar a buying Susun and MPP party, a buying, and the entire meeting say there's a difference between me as candidate and me as Minister of Information for the Republic. Ghana buying Susun will say, you can't want to be, or say, or no party and your majority in the parliament, or say, the supporters, Infias and your money, and where Casaqua, they all kinds of multi-sing and your money, they say, Omadi Kunim. Or say, easy no, Katasumu, so assess election results, no. Now, soldier for Crown Pokahubi. Now in Ghana, back of Samoa, Sansim will say, said the Entotuna say, and Samoa would tip and was say, you two and one more. Now, say in Ghana buying SC was Sansim will. The Edikai say, presidential candidates be announced Yura Mahama, as any party winning parliamentary majority. Pacho Mogo Sabri. The entire Mogo is Ghana. Parliamentary elections, there were returning officers with 275 collation centers. More central phone now, more 275 collation centers. Obi obedin kunim bi ha more mbo dem anabeboa. And it says abre so be we need parliamentary majority 140.
All right, so that's the Information Minister Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah addressing the media. Basically, he just denied the claims by the NDC flag bearer John Mahama that his party has won majority of the seats in Parliament in an earlier press conference we brought you by the NDC. This is the Election Bureau. My name is Apnanya Michampedu. I was here with Godfred Akutubua for the coverage continues right here on Citi TV and Citi FM. Do stay tuned in.
This is the Election Bureau. Welcome to our special coverage of the 2020 elections of Ghana. My name is Vivian Kai. Look, we'll continue our conversation with Nathan Kwa. We'll move straight to the NDC's headquarters now, where we're told a press conference is currently ongoing. Okay, while we try to get back to that feed and let you know what the party concerns they're raising around the voting and the coalition, let me bring in Nathan. Nathan, interesting results trickling in, back and forth presses between the two contenders over what is happening, who has what, and all that.
Yes, it's quite typical of an election, especially an election as important as this. And you'd expect both parties to throw in their hats to, try to control the narrative, try to, show their best hand and try to tell their supporters that everything is under control. There's no need to worry or panic. So I'm not too surprised at all that this is happening. If you go back 4 years ago, you had the MPP being a lot more vocal and a lot more upfront to their press conferences. I remember they held a number of press conferences between about 8 p.m. and the day after elections. And then you had the NDC responding with their now very popular comfortable lead press conference. But now you can tell that...
Now we have flip-flops.
Now we have flip-flops. Now you can tell that the NDC has decided to act first or strike first, organize the press conference, throw their narrative into the mix and see what happens. So on the side of politics, I find it quite fascinating. But when you look at it from another perspective, in terms of the things that surround tension, anxiety, nerves, I think that it just leaves people very unsure. Yeah. I've had several calls and messages, people asking what's going on, what's going on,
who's winning, when are they announcing?
All of that. So yes, I can understand that for politics, it's to be expected, but you also want to, pray that these parties do not push anxiety levels way up high. Elections already generate a lot of tension. I've been speaking to people who say that if you drove around Accra earlier today, the roads were not full. People were, I don't know whether they were.
It feels like a holiday.
Yes, because people are not sure of what's going to happen. So, so yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what more we'll hear from the parties, but I suspect we'll hear from them a few more times before the official declaration is done by the EC.
Okay, let me take you to the Ashanti region before we come back to the NDC. The Electoral Commission in the Ashanti region is about to hold its press conference to declare some of the results. So if you're ready, we can take the feed.
On 3 and they won 3. We won a Citi South. No, in half we won 2. We won a Citi South. And we won a Sunafo South. In the central region, almighty central region, as you may be aware, is one of the key swing regions. And that is where the incoming vice president or the vice president-elect is coming from. In 2016 central region, we had 4 seats. Now, from this election, we have won a super massive quantum size of the number of seats, which is 23, and we won 13 out of 23. So you may want to take down the notes. Ekunfi, we won. Upper Denchira West, we won. Asen North, we won. Ewutu Senya West, we won. Cape Coast North, we won. Chifu Etimokwa, we won. Esikuma Odobimbrakwa, we won. Gomua West, we won. KEA, we won. Edumaku Enyai Esiam, we won. Cape Coast South, we won. Gomua East, we won. And Aguna East, we won. This constitutes 13 seats in the central region. Now, Western region, almighty Western region, they call it their stronghold. We won 8 seats out of the 17 seats. Amenfi West, we won. Amenfi Central, we won. Amenfi East, we won. Christian Valley, we won. Jomoro, we won. Elembele, we won. Evaluadura Ajomoro, we won. Wasa East, we won. This is Western region. We had 8 solid seats in the Western region. Now, Western North region, the Seshi area, there are 9 constituencies.
So that's rather the press conference from the NDC's headquarters. Earlier, I told you I was taking you to the Ashanti region where the Electoral Commission was declaring some of the results. I'll take you there and now and come back later to the NDC's headquarters. Let's go to the Ashanti region now.
John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 653,149. Christian Kwabena Andrew Gum had 12,564 votes. Ivo Kwabena Green Street of CPP had 1,356 votes. Ekuyadonko had 593 votes. Henry Herbert Latte had 304 votes. Hassan Ayariga had 482 votes. Kofi Percival Akpalo had 712 votes. David Apasira had 444 votes. Bridget Zogbenuku had 435 votes. Nana Kunedu Ajima Rollins had 476 votes. Alfred Kwame Esiedu Walker had 952 votes. The total ballot cast was 2 million. The total valid ballots that were cast was 2,467,291. We had rejected ballots of 34,858. The total votes cast was 2,502,149. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Ashanti Regional Director of Elections, Richard Banno, who just declared the results of the results we have for the Ashanti region here. And as you can hear, the MPP and the NDC, they are both excited about the result that has just been declared.
We are not fighting. We are debating.
Yeah, they are both excited about it, and we have here the. Okay, we have here. I have here with me Kwame Zu, the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC. The Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC, who is here. Kwame Zu, earlier we heard you made some. You raised some concerns regarding the results that the EC gave. What are some of the concerns that?
I think what matters now is that we are temporarily satisfied with the announcement made so far in the Ashanti region. We will study the results, and if there's cause for any further comments, we will make. But as it stands now, we are pleased that the NDC has been able to garner over 26% in the Ashanti region. And traditionally, all the elections we have won in the Ashanti region, we have garnered over 25%. Any elections that we have done below 25%, we have lost the national elections. So it is historically proven that anytime NDC does over 25% in the Ashanti region, we win the presidential elections. And this election is no exception. We have recorded over 26%. We are confident that it will be called and announced in our favor. And a befitting declaration will be made in few hours' time when President John Dramani Mahama will be declared as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
Okay, we heard you earlier on bidding bye-bye to the MPP people here. What's the assurance that you have that's giving you, that you have, that you think, okay, you think at this moment they are saying bye-bye to the Jubilee House?
I'm sure you have monitored the media. Initially, they speculated 21% for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Their own press conferences, they indicated the NDC has only garnered 21% of the total valid votes cast in the Ashanti region, because they know that anything above 25% is a victory for the NDC. So we are surprised that they are not sticking to their 21% after the announcement has been made. But they have signed, they have appended signature to the over 26% the Electoral Commission has just announced at the regional level. And like I indicated, let anybody come out and dispute the claims I have made. Historically, in the Ashanti region, anytime NDC garners over 25% of the total valid votes cast, naturally, we have made it to the Flagstaff House. So this is a victory for the NDC. You are aware that we have been able to add an additional seat to our 3 existing seats in the Ashanti region. It is non-negotiable. It is established that John Dramani Mahama, inshallah, in few hours from now, will be declared as the president-elect for the Republic of Ghana. And they are aware. They know quite well. We are only waiting for the declaration to be made.
Thank you very much. And we have here the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei Mensah, who will also share something with us regarding the result that has just been declared. What do you have to say about the result?
Thank you very much. I was expecting not less than 1 million difference between MPP and NDC in Ashanti region in favor of the MPP. And once we have that, we've won. You see, it's a fallacy for people to say that they've obtained 26%, and for that matter, they are winning the presidency. What they've forgotten is that they failed to do analysis about the northern region votes, where we've appreciated significantly, including even voter region and all the other regions. So you see, it's a fallacy. We need a minimum of 1 million to cancel any difference in all the other regions, and we have over 1 million difference. That is enough for us to claim to victory. All the press conferences they've made, and unfortunately, even with the former president, who has been a president of this country, who should have been a statesman, comes out with press conferences without facts and figures, and claiming that because they think they've had majority seats in parliament, which is wrong. And for that matter, they are winning the presidency. I'm telling you, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is going to be crowned as the president of this country with more than 50%. We are not going for any second round. This is a second defeat for former President John Dramani Mahama. Disgraceful defeat. He should have maintained a little integrity that he has. Now he's destroyed every integrity that he has. That's why I've said he's been affected by systemic integrity deficiency syndrome. And that's the end of him in this country. Every integrity that is had is eroded now.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei Mensah. And okay, we'll move on. Please.
All right, so basically I'm taking over from my colleague here, and we're still here at the regional EC head office here in Kumasi. The electoral commissioner just, the regional electoral commissioner just announced it, and we are here to really find out from the various political parties what they make of it. But before we do that, it appears that some people actually don't know more about it when it comes to the figures, the percentage, and all that. So I will move back to the Regional Electoral Commission boss to really find out what are the percentages and all that. Sir, Mr. Benjamin Banobio, just for clarity, just run us through the percentages that the various political parties had.
Thank you very much. The NPP had... Let me sit down. The MPP had 71.77% of the vote that was cast yesterday, and the NDC had 26.1% of the vote that was cast. 26.1%.
All right, so basically, we just wanted, so just go over it again for us, sir. Just go over it again for us, sir.
I indicated that NPP chalked 1,795,824 votes, and that represents 71.77% of the votes cast. And NDC had 653,149 votes, which represent 26.1% of the votes cast. So the remaining political parties shared 2.2% of the votes that were cast yesterday.
All right, so that's basically what's happening here. We have an IT person who is with the NPP. Basically, per your own projections, how does it look like for you?
Well, I'm more than confident and happy to say that the MPP has done an amazing job here in the Ashanti region. Looking at the numbers, if you can see my screen here, we did a comparative analysis of 2016 elections and 2020 elections. And looking at what we have done in this election, 1,795,824 votes, representing per the EC 71.77% of that vote. That has shown that the NDC and the MPP has done a wonderful job here in Ashanti region. If anybody thinks they can win an election here in Ashanti region with 26%, then they are joking. Let's also look at the country as a whole. We've done so well in the Volta region. We've done so well in the Northern region, and we've done tremendously well here, even in Ashanti region. If you look at the table that we've built here, places like Achuma, Kwahoma, where MPP chalked 77,823 votes here only in Ashanti region. That alone can wipe out a lot of the votes that the NDC claim that they are having. So, with what we have seen today, we are more than confident that the MPP has won the 2020 elections. And inshallah, by tomorrow or by tonight, EC will be declaring Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
So you are with the IT team. You are with the IT team, and we have been seeing some designs going around and all that. What is your projection?
Well, we are not off on our projections at all. We started collating right after elections. We put steps and procedures in to make sure that we had our data on time. And that is why we are confident. And we are telling the people of Ghana that we know that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has won the 2020 election. And inshallah, EC would announce Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as elect president of this republic tonight.
All right, so basically we've been here at the Regional Electoral Commission office, and the commissioner basically gave us the results. That's for the presidential. He has given what President Akufo-Addo had, and also what former President John Mahama had. So now we're moving to you, Vivian. So Vivian, take over, and we'll continue with it. This is Election Bureau here on Citi TV and also on Citi 97.3 FM.
That was Edward Opoma for our team lead in the Ashanti region, where we've got you covered. Nathan, the Ashanti region game now is intensifying, a very key region for this election. Now, the NDC were looking for 1 million. The NPP were looking to claim all the NDC seats, yes, and do move into the 90% and all that. The figures we are seeing from both sides, what do you think about the two figures? So let's start with the NDC's 26%, culminating into 653,149. Good enough to shake any results in totality?
Well, I mean, if they had gotten 1 million, then that's a headline-grabbing thing. But they'll be happy with this because history tells us that anytime the NDC is doing 25% and above in the Ashanti region, it puts them in a good place to win an election. But of course, that's always in junction with other numbers, yes, right? But if you look at, for example, in 96, the year 2008, 2012, in those three elections, they did 25% and above. More interestingly, they were doing close to these numbers. So if you go to 2012, when they last won the election, the NDC did 612,000 votes in the Ashanti region. 8 years on, they are doing 653,149, which is a massive improvement. But again, that also falls in line with their plan of getting a minimum of 25%. Now, this is 26.1. But this in isolation doesn't say anything. They have to get other things going for them. But if they are getting 26% from the Ashanti region, it's good. They'll be very, very happy with their output. And their chairman, Kwame Zu, has noticed the numbers. He studied it, and he's happy with this turnout. Of course, if they got 800,000, they'll be delighted, right, because the more they get, the more it eats out of the MPP's grip on the region, and then it may go their way. But they'll be happy with this turnout. I'm sure when they look at this and they add it to their numbers, I'm sure it gives them enough confidence to come out and say they've done this and that and that. But I think more significantly is what they've done in the parliamentary election that will excite them. Gaining one more seat to the 3 they got. Of course, they were at 5 at a point, and they fell to 3. Now they've moved to 4. They got New Edubiasi back, and they'll be happy because that's a seat that was almost always voting for them, but 4 years ago it didn't work out. So they'll be happy with what they've done. But like I'm saying, I'm sure they'll look at this and compare it to what is happening all over the country. And then these numbers will start to make sense, or these numbers will be more significant to them and to all of us who are watching this election.
Okay, NPP 1.795 million, moving them to 71.77%.
That's an improvement on their 2016 number of 1.646 million. They've done a lot of work there. It's when you look at how often the president went to the Ashanti region during the campaign, it shouldn't surprise you because you see, for the NPP, it's a numbers game. Their biggest rewarders, or the biggest places where they reap a lot, is Ashanti and Eastern. If the turnout in Ashanti and Eastern is high and is very good, it puts them in a very, very good place to win the general election. That's why the president went around, urged people to vote, come out and vote in your numbers and all of that. The second reason why the president would hammer on the Ashanti region was the emergence of the independent candidates. And I'm sure we'll discuss the independent candidates. But because they were a threat, those independent candidates can eat into their numbers and they could derail any plans they have. Because like I'm saying, it's a numbers game. Ashanti region is a very, very large region. Lots of constituencies are in there, 40 plus constituencies. If the MPP is winning 47 actually, if more people turn out to vote for them, then it could be game over for the opposition. So it's nice to see that they've risen in terms of the turnout or in terms of the number of votes they got. And it's no secret. The president has been there. He's spoken. His candidates on the ground, the party machinery has been urging people to come out and vote. So I'm not too surprised that they clocked this number, which is an improvement on the 2016 numbers.
Okay. Significance of Ashanti region in this election. I mean, we know it's a stronghold of the NPP. Both parties were heavy on campaign of that region. It was a back-to-back fight and all that. Why are they all pushing? And now, if you watch the press conference that just happened, both parties rejoicing. Of course, this election, that's what we are saying. Everybody say I'm winning and all that. But the significance of this region, taking into account its historical background, dynamics and all that.
It's like I said, it's numbers. It's all the numbers. And it takes its roots from how our elections are built as a country. You see, unlike in other places, for example, in the US, where you have to win a certain number of states. In Ghana, it's first past the post. So if I have 5 regions and you have 1, and your 1 will get you the 50% plus 1, you're gone. Yeah, cool. That's it, really. And because the Ashanti and Eastern regions are large in terms of size, in terms of voter population and all of that, it's a place where you have to try and get a good grip of. And that's why the NPP and the NDC are heavily looking at this, because it's a turnout business. The more people turn out to vote, especially for the NPP, the better their chances are of killing off an election very quickly, because they'll get good numbers from there. They'll win the war of differences. And I say that that's important because, for example, whereas the NDC will throw a K2 South or a K2 North at the election machine and say, here are our big fat numbers, have that. The Ashanti region have got 3, 4, 5 of those in waiting. Your Subins, your Menshiers, your Bantmans, your Forikroms and co. can pull out heavy numbers that will negate differences that the NDC may have in other places. So it is important to the NPP because they need more people to come out and vote. They need to have their turnout hitting crazy numbers, 80 plus, for them to know that, okay, if we secure Ashanti, if we secure Eastern, a few more thousands from the other places, then we are good to go. The 2008 election is a great example of how and why the Ashanti region is important, because candidate Akufo-Addo would have nailed that election by just winning Ashanti and Eastern and then a little push from the other places. And overall, it was just settled by, 40 or so thousand votes between himself and the late candidate Mills. So it's important. Now, in reverse, it's equally important for the NDC because they will need 2 things to happen. 1, they need their own people to turn up and vote in their numbers for them to get the magical 25% minimum and upwards. And then the more their numbers turn out, they are very sure, or the more their numbers turn out, they'll have to get a few more or try to push the MPP's turnout numbers down so that the numbers can work for them. Or if you work their arithmetic, it can go for them. Because for the NDC, for example, they need to win a small part of Ashanti. Then they need to add all the other places that they need to win. Your Greater Accras, your bonus in the new, old or new forms, your central regions, your Western North, a good amount of Western, plus some of the new regions up north, Upper East, Upper West, and all of that. So the Ashanti region is critically, plays a very critical role for the 2 parties. For the party that draws a lot of its numbers from there, and for the party that wants to eat just about enough to add to whatever they have already for them to cross the line.
Okay, let's update our viewers and listeners. We're live on Citi 97.3 FM as well as your screen, Citi TV. Let's update you on the latest to do with the presidential numbers. We currently have 231 constituencies out of the 275 constituencies. Let's see how the 2 main candidates are performing. Candidate Nana Akufo-Addo currently ahead with 51.4%, culminating to 5,197,767. 5,197,767. That's 51.4% for Nana Akufo-Addo. Candidate Mahama has 48.2% if you add the 231 constituencies out of the 275, and that translates into 4,881,282. 4,881,282. So as we go along, immediately we get more of the constituencies, we'll let you know, and hopefully we'll see how things are panning out for the two main candidates. Now, interesting developments in the Ashanti region with regards to the NDC's performance with the constituencies. Let's start with Asawase. Asawase, the MP who retained his seat, the
Yes.
Honorable Mutaka,
Yes.
did very well, increased his numbers significantly and all that. What did that trick for him? And what's your initial reaction over his good performance? He said, he himself said, this is his best performance ever since he started the political game.
Well, I mean, if you go to Asawase, again, the makeup of the constituency is quite interesting. It's a place that has, you know, settlers and people who would typically vote for the NDC. And the NDC has performed well in Asawase ever since it was created in 2004. And for the current MP, he got into parliament very early in 2005 because the MP who won the seat passed on, and he who was his campaign manager had to succeed him. And over the years, he's been accepted by the people. They vote for him and all of that. They believe he's the best man to lead them, and that's why he gets their mandate. Now, I had a few worries for him because I thought that, one, he was going up against the MCE. And if there's anybody if there's anybody who can match an MP in terms of things to do on the ground or things that can be done, it's the MCE. He has access to funds. He has government machinery behind him. He's in the proper place or position to provide the kind of development people need. So you would have figured that Ali Dusedi was going to cause a problem. It turned out it wasn't that much of an issue. And for Honorable Muntaka, you notice that he was extremely aggressive on the ground. Remember all the episodes around registration and all of that? I'm sure that gave him an inkling that, look, this election would be tough, it would be close. He had to stand up and fight the MCE, who would have governments behind him, who would have all the resource and machinery behind him. So, again, if you look at the numbers, it doesn't surprise me, but I thought his opponent would provide him a bit of a competition. I have to admit, when we spoke to him on Voters' Diary, you could tell that he understood what this election would mean, and he walked in very prepared, very ready, had everything sorted. He was alert. He was open to admitting that, look, this place is tricky, and he had to navigate his way well. And congrats to him. He managed to back the seat.
No, he even went ahead to say that he felt the media also played a key role in his win, because most of the things that came up that could have led him lose in the election or having an impact on his numbers were always on time to bring out those issues, and that helped him a lot. But with Seidu, you think he underestimated the whole race?
I wouldn't say so. I think he knew what he was potentially up against. He knew he was going up against a very experienced MP, somebody who knew the terrain. I just think what he may have underestimated was the loyalty of the voters. Probably he thought that, look, as MC, I've done all I can do to get the people to swing my way. But these are people who've always voted for Muntaka Mubarak. They love him. They want him to stay. They've urged him to stay. I remember when we interviewed him, he even said he thought he was going to Parliament for 4 years and he would walk away. But after doing it for 4 years, the people urged him, we want you to stay. And I think that is huge. That is very significant. And I don't think his opponents underestimated him. I think he probably may not have imagined how loyal these voters were to Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. And the numbers tell the story. They voted massively for him, and they've given him another 4 years to see what he can do for Asawase in the Ashanti region.
Okay, so for his figures for parliamentary, he got 51,659 against his contender Ali Duseidu, who got 31,256. So he got 20,403 extra ahead of his contender, that's Mutaka. And if you look at the presidential figures, he did better than his presidential candidate, ex-President Mahama. President Mahama polled 47,406 against Nanado's 35,214. So that's with the Asawase seat over there. For Mena, Fomena, this gentleman, Fomena is just something else.
Yes.
He was so sure, and he knew what he was doing, and he got it right.
Oh, yes. This was somebody who was not perturbed after everything that had happened. I'm sure if it were another person, the person would be very worried that his seat had been taken away from him. He had been kicked out of the party. He was essentially walking into an election without a party.
Yeah.
But I suspect he had done his work. The constituents were very pleased with him, and it showed in the numbers. And I think that that's one example of, again, the independent candidate who can cause a major problem. Because imagine if the NDC, for example, had brought a candidate who was equally popular, equally capable, and had the appeal to draw votes. Imagine what would have happened.
Yeah.
Probably the NDC candidate could have won, and now it could be a different story. But whatever it is, I think the Honorable Amakwesiama has made a point, and he's made a very clear point to his party that you may, or to everybody, that you may not necessarily need the party machinery. The party provides you a base, credibility, access, all of that. Great. But if you know your work, if you are closer to the ground, you are providing for the people, you are making things happen, they like you and they believe that you are the one working for them, you may not have a party behind you. You may win an election. And this is a very clear case of somebody who knew his base, knew what he was about, and he's gone on to show his party that, look, now in Parliament, he holds a position of huge value because he's independent. And he can cause the support of any side he wants. And he could be the decider, assuming Parliament is hung, for example. He could be the person to tilt it one way or the other. And I think he's in a very interesting position. I would love to see how he relates to the party going forward, because he's always been a party person. It is this episode of going independent that has kicked him out of the party. But I'd really love to see how he relates to the party. Will they patch up and get back together? Does he stay on his own in Parliament? What does he do? I'd really love to see what he does in the new Parliament.
Well, what does the outcome of his independence and then winning the election say about issues to do with primaries and issues to do with the reaction of the party over concerns raised by some of these candidates?
I think all parties, and in this case, the MPP in particular, needs to understand the mood of delegates. When you are heading into a primary, understand what the people want. Understand who their favorites are, because not choosing their favorites will hurt you. It could hurt you immediately by that person not winning the primary, assuming he competes with somebody else. But there's a bigger price to pay in a general election, like we've seen in this case, like we saw in the Amase case in Akwetia. You could pay heavily, and you can gift wrap a constituency and hand it over to your opposition, who one may not be prepared to win, or is not even expecting to win. So I think that the parties need to understand the mood of the delegates and think carefully. And this business of let's shield somebody and let's not shield the other person, I think parties need to weigh each candidate and ask themselves, this person that we are shielding, how valuable is this person? If this person is of value to us, then you can. But if you are not too certain, or you feel that the people don't want this particular candidate, then you have to think twice, because like I said, you will pay for it, either in the primaries or you will pay premium in the general election, like we've seen in Fomena, like in Akwetia, and other places where independent candidates performed strongly, just to remind the parties that even with our small base, we can cause major headaches in the main election.
But how come the parties, I mean, with the intelligence they have on the grounds, mixing with the people and all that, usually get it wrong with these things? Because for men, I remember the president himself went to that conspiracy. Chiefs were met, party executives were met, statesmen were met, made to the effect that he should rescind his decision, we will not be supported and all that. Yet, I mean, the party went ahead knowing what they knew and all that. But I'll let you react to that. I have to take a quick break for us to make some money. When we come back, we'll talk more about this Fomena issue. Don't go away.
Rigworld Solutions is a wholly owned Ghanaian company that offers multiple engineering solutions for the extractive and petrochemical industries. We manufacture industrial bolts and nuts, fasteners, hoses and fittings. From our factory at Kejebri in Takrade in the western region of Ghana, Rigworld Solutions employs Ghanaians to produce world-class products. With cutting-edge technology, all products are manufactured to ensure the strictest adherence to customer specifications. The threading, cutting, chamfering, and stamping of the bars are modeled around the ISO 9001 global standard. Safety is at the heart of every production process at Rigworld Solutions. From the coating to the sandblasting, the washing and the phosphate treatment, our quality control checks are the most rigorous in the industry. We have instituted full part traceability throughout the manufacturing process, and all products are measured and inspected for specification conformity before deployment to you. Locate our factory in Kejebri off the Takrade Takwa Road. Call 0302 949917 or 0540 107504. Email enquiries at rigworldsolutions.com. Rigworld Solutions, crafted in Ghana, engineered for the world.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy, gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Africana City is building bamboo bicycles to help children get to school.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn, but I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea, awaken to what really matters.
Africana City is building bamboo bicycles to help children get to school.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the series? Can you see me now? I can. Wait, who's calling me?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's not a blue scale.
Want to have an apple?
I'm trying to change the
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week you talked about this week is very, very low. What's your suggestion? We'll look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together.
Don't buy anything. Don't buy Ghana credit. Free. Papa, no see and go back.
From 1st October, get 5 Cedis airtime total whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
At McDan Shipping, we saw a chance to invest in a logistics company whose technology streamlines shipping operations. Perspectives like this has made McDan the leading cargo consolidation manager. Clearing and forwarding come with speed and dependability. Cargo handling, air freight, transporting, transits, warehousing, and bulk logistics. With branches in Africa, Asia, Europe, USA, and all over the world. McDan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the scene?
Can you see me now?
I can. But wait, who's calling me?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's one of those girls.
You want to have an apple?
I'm trying to change the
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week it was okay, but this week is very, very low. What's your suggestion? We would look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together.
Don't buy anything. Don't claim my Ghana credit.
From 1st October, get 5 Cedis airtime total whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Africanacity is using plastic waste to provide affordable homes.
It is still the Election Bureau. My name is Vivian Kai, local here with Nathan Kwa. We're bringing you a special coverage of the 2020 elections. Results have come in, coalition and done among others. Let me take you to the Volta region, speak to one of our correspondents there to give us an idea of how things panned out in parts of that region. Welcome, if you can hear me, to the Election Bureau, Mr. Veji.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about the process in your area of coverage?
Okay, thank you. I have been at the Citi South constituency where we witnessed the elections on yesterday through to today through the coalition process and the declaration of results this afternoon around 2 p.m. I am saying that the process in the South constituency has been that has been relatively peaceful and calm throughout the whole of yesterday and today. Prior to the elections, there has been tension at the Citi South constituency has been marked by the Ghana Police Service as well as the small arms and the small arms unit as one of the major hotspots in the Volta region. So there has been a lot of eyes on the Citi South constituency as to how things will pan out on the voting day. And surprisingly, things went very in a peaceful manner, and there has been calm tension. Yes, there were security presences throughout the constituency, especially around the border where you could visibly see the military, the customs division, as well as the immigration visibly patrolling the borders and around borders. So that is how the security presence has been. But surprisingly, at some other polling centers around Agbozuma and Klikor, there has been total absence of security at the polling stations. In talking with the presiding members, they have been telling me, or they told me yesterday, that the security persons told them there has been they are inadequate to man all the polling stations, the over 200 police stations in the Ketu South constituency. And that is why some constituencies did not have security persons manning them 24/7. But the patrol team has been visiting them every now and then, and they even left their numbers behind for any eventuality they could get in touch with them for them to respond swiftly to that. I think that is how the atmosphere has been yesterday till today, that the coalitions happened and the results have been declared this afternoon.
Okay, so coalition has totally ended in that part of the region?
Yes, voting has ended, especially at the southern side of the voter region, comprising the South Tongue constituency, the Three Tongue constituency, the South Central, as well as the North Tongue, the Akachi North and South, Anglo constituency, the newly created Anglo constituency, the Keta constituency, as well as the Ketu South constituency. Voting has ended and results have been declared. If I take you to the Ketu South constituency, the major contenders in the elections, that is the NPP as well as the NDC, I'm told their candidates are all first-timers. If you remember, the incumbent MP for the Ketu South constituency, who happened to be the former finance minister at the FOR John Dramani Mahama's administration, Citi TV, actually stepped down during the primaries. He didn't pick form with the notice that yes, he has done his bit, and therefore he would allow other members of his party, which is the NDC, to also pick the mantle and go into the elections. And that primary had been won by the former Deputy Cultural and Tourism Minister, Honorable Jifa Abdullah there. So she actually went into the primaries with some other candidates from the NPP, the Ghana Union Movement, as well as the LPG. Now, she has won the elections massively with some 84,666 votes, 84,666 votes, followed by the NPP candidate, Mr. Tiano Kwasi, who has some 14,904 votes in the Ketu South constituency. So Jipagomasi comfortably won that with some over 70,000 votes there in the Ketu South constituency. The Goon candidate placed third for them with some 836 votes, with the candidate of the LPG winning, following at the fourth place with some 213 votes there. What was surprising was the total rejected votes at the Ketu South primary elections. They have about some 1,562 rejected votes there, with a total valid vote being 100,617. 100,617 total valid votes, with total vote has been 102,179 there. The total rejected ballots or votes, which were quite surprising at the parliamentary, were worse under the presidential elections, because under the presidential elections, the Ketu South constituency witnessed a total rejected vote amounting to a whopping 3,251. 3,251 total rejected votes, which was quite alarming, because if you have a constituency that is being claimed to be one of the major constituencies that will determine the votes of the opposition, and one of the biggest opposition parties in the country, the NDC, having a total rejected votes of about over 3,000 votes, that is quite worrying to watchers of the elections, especially the Povio, as well as others who played major parts in the build-up to the elections, like the NCC, as well as other civic organizations who would tell you they played their part into the elections, and therefore they do not really understand why the total rejected ballots in both the presidential and the parliamentary could be amounting to some 5,000 total rejected votes over there. If you look at the results closely, the NDC has won, has been leading in the presidential because that has not been declared yet. I'll still treat it as a leading vote for the NDC in the presidential with some 86,582 votes. 86,582 votes, followed by the NPP President Nana Akufo-Addo on the ballot there in the Ketu South, gaining some 10,949 votes in the Ketu South constituency, closely followed by the Ghana Youth Movement. Looks like there has been some magical southern voter side here in the election. In almost all the 8 or 9 constituencies are the southern sector of the voter regime. The Ghana Youth Movement have been placing at 10th place in both the parliamentary as well as the presidential vote. In the presidential of the Ketu South, they have some 741 votes, placing 10th place in the presidential polls in the Ketu South constituency, followed by the NDP, which is Nana Konedu Ajiman Rollins, and the rest of the votes amounting to some less than 500 to 600 votes among the other parties in the constituency.
Okay, so apart from K2 South, your area of coverage, which other key constituencies with interesting personalities should we know about that we're going to see them in January in Parliament?
Okay. Another interesting constituency we have what's in the southern voter side is the neighboring Ketu North constituency, whose incumbent is the Honorable James Kluche Aveji. Now, he went into the race with the NPP candidate, who happens to be the Minister of Chieftaincy, Honorable Kofi Jamesi. It is so surprising that Honorable Kofi Jamesi has been able to also gather a good number of votes in the Ketu North constituency. If you look closely, Honorable James Kluche Aveji won with just a little over some 2,000 votes, which is very real in the Volta region, because if you watch closely, the Ketu North constituency is one seat that the Honorable James Kluche Aveji every voting year is able to get a good number of votes there. But this year round, Honorable Kofi Jamesi has given him a run of 6 months where he won by a bit over 2,000 votes there in the Ketu North constituency. Now, people would, constituencies there will tell you that, look, most of them will wish that Honorable Kofi Jamesi would win. You know, he played a major part in some traditional areas or city councils carving out of the Anglo state. If you talk about the Agbenon traditional area, as we speak, he has that traditional council has been inaugurated as an independent traditional council away from the Anglo state or the Anglo traditional council, and they are on their own. And if you look at the Agbenon, part of it is also into the Ketu North constituency. So it looks as if an appreciation sort of to Honorable Kofi Jamesi through his ministerial role he has played to get them independent or for them to be on their own, being carved out of the Anglo traditional council. So it's more or less a thank you to him, to give him a whooping over 23,000 votes for him. He also won by over 26,000 votes, just 2,000 votes. If you go to the voter, other part of the voter is the corporate constituency, where the current Asian minister will have to at the NDC seat over there. So it has usually change hands. In the OT region, the seat in the NPP has been won back by the NDC, and so it is an NDC or 8 constituencies in the OT region. So if you come to the vote, out of the 18, NPP has won one, it's the 4-point constituency. And then people tell you that it is expected that that seat will be won by Honorable John because the opportunity and has invested into the campaign in that constituency where almost or even the national campaign machinery has been there to help him in his campaigning activities. Anytime the president moves, you see the minister moving with him. You see the information minister, Rabo Nakai of Enam Hadidem moving with him, with some key stakeholders of the NPP, like the former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabena Jepon. People of such caliber moving into the corporate constituency to campaign for him will tell you that the party has invested so much energy into the corporate constituency that is now essentially won provisionally.
Okay, we have to wrap up, but your final question. So apart from the Hohoi constituency where the MPP picked up the parliamentary over there, generally, what has been the performance of the MPP in the region generally?
Okay. Generally, if we should deal with our provisional figures, we have to get that the NPP performance in the region would be a bit better than previous election years. It seems though the way we are seeing, then it will mean that this election year will be better for the NPP compared to other election years in the region. We cannot put a figure to it now or a percentage to it now, but we are projecting that the NPP will perform better in other election years compared to this year. Before I leave quickly, a quick correction. The Capital North constituency, the Honorable Jempi actually won by over 28,000 votes, and the Kofi Damensi had over 23,000 votes. So that's about 5,000 votes difference there in the Capital North constituency.
All right, Mr. Veji, thank you so much for that extensive report of the Volta region, the performance of some key personalities in that region, and then the general performance of the MPP. Of course, we know that is a stronghold of the Volta region, and it still remains. The Hohoi seat has been taken by the Energy Minister, Mr. Peter Meu. So that's just the difference in what has happened in that vote in that region. But it looks like it's still a very strong place for the NDC. Nathan, we're talking about Fomena, the fact that the president was in that constituency. They met with chiefs. The candidate himself was, Andrews, was told to rescind his decision. Constituents were met with, executives were met with, and all that. He's still stuck with his guns and all that. And I was asking you earlier, how come political parties sometimes get it wrong with these situations? Because they would have the intelligence, they should be on the ground as well, and all that.
It's a matter of internal politics, really. There are times where parties are going to primaries and the decision is, let's support this person because he's probably a favorite of the hierarchy of the party. He's a favorite of one person or the other. And then they decide that we'll shield this person, probably against better judgment. Whereas if you had fielded another candidate or you opened up a contest, you'd get a better understanding of who can do what for you or who takes which boxes in the party, who strikes which chords. And I think the primaries should, political parties should allow this competition, because in the primary, you tend to see the candidates that can get you a win. Look, if somebody makes it through a primary, open contest, he beats his opponents hands down, that tells you that the person is built and ready for a national election, and the person is most likely to succeed. But when you shield people from competition, you never know what you are leading them to, because one, you are taking them away from competition. Two, you could be hurting your own chances in an election. And we've seen this, Honorable And Rama Kwesiama has shown all of us that you could have a candidate who decides to go by himself and he will cause you a headache. So I think that it's just internal party politics and some very funny decisions that parties take. At the time, they never see the consequence of those decisions. Even if they see the consequences, probably they assume that, okay, this is in, say, a safe region or a safe place. What's the worst that could happen? The candidate's votes will depreciate. That is all, and he'll win the seat. I'm sure sometimes they never think of the fact that people are likely to go independent. And maybe they don't see the threat of an independent candidate. But again, the MPP will have to learn the lesson. And the NDC itself, in years past, they have also learned the power of, learned the lesson of not thinking through decisions carefully. And they've paid the price heavily in parliamentary elections.
Okay, let's look at the other constituencies of the NDC was able to retain and all that in the Ashanti region. Which ones are getting your attention from that?
New Adubiase, because the NDC had almost always done well there. You know, they had almost always done well in New Adubiase, and they lost it in 2016. And this time they brought a candidate who, of course, definitely from the place, but a candidate who, you know, was going to strike the right chords, Abdul Salam Adams. Now, in that New Adubiase part, there's a very interesting thing about New Adubiase. One, that place was said to be the home of a stadium that was supposed to have been built under the previous Mahama administration. Now, for the people of New Adubiase, that stadium was everything because of their heavy love for football. And there's a football club in that area, New Adubiase Football Club, whose owner and bankroller, very strong, active NDC person. Now, once that stadium could not get off the ground, it generated some dislike in the constituency, and the NDC paid heavily for it by not winning there, in the parliamentary at least. And so 4 years on, they managed to find somebody who, one, is related to the owner of the New Adubiase Football Club. They virtually share the same name, Abdul Salam Adams, and he's contested and he's won. And for the NDC, they'll be happy with this because this is a place they do well in. So for it to slip, from them 4 years ago, they had to get a right strategy, and the strategy worked. They brought in somebody who knew the ins and outs, strong NDC person. He's managed to swing the seat back in that direction. So I'd love to see how that constituency develops in the next 4 years, because this is a place the NDC can confidently say, oh, this is a place we do well in. How would they treat the constituents? What happens to them? What would they provide? Because again, if they are not ready and willing to do the work, the constituency has shown that they are very ready and willing to vote the other way. So I think that for the NDC, they'll be very happy with this. And I kept my one eye on this to see what will happen. And it looks like the NDC has revised its notes and it's worked for them.
Okay. We know that the Manso Edubia constituency, there was an independent candidate, Dr. Osei Kofi. He, at a point, was leading the incumbent, Dr. Yao Frimpong Ado. I don't know whether you have any developments on that.
No, I don't. I mean, the figures I have, they put Dr. Frimpong Ado at 17,652 votes, whilst the NDC Simon Kwekwe J got 10,753 votes. So that's the latest I have. I suspect we'll have to get back to people on the ground to find out.
So it appears the independent candidate wasn't able to shake the system like others did.
Yes, like others did. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I just think that for me, it's not even the power of the candidate to cause a problem. The fact that people get so disgruntled that they want to go independent tells you that when it happens, something is not well with the party. And the MPP had a good number of candidates going independent. You know, in places like Honorable Patricia J's constituency, for example, there was that as well. There was this place, there was in Fomena, and other places where people decided to go independent. Even in other regions, Bernardo Techi, for example, he was very certain that he was going independent. He was set in his ways. It didn't work for him. But at least he would be satisfied because he campaigned on principle. He left based on principle, and he wanted to see his cause through to the very end. So I think that for both parties, especially the NPP, they'll have to sit down when dust settles on these parliamentary numbers. No matter which way they go, they'll have to sit down and look at the number of people they have lost on the ground, either via independent candidates or actions or inactions. They'll have to go back and look at the workings of the parliamentary elections once again.
Okay, let me take a few of your messages that you sent us. This message says, I have a little request. Can you analysts also publish the results of the parliamentary seats that have been certified for us to know who is leading, as well as the remaining areas that results are yet to be certified? In addition, if we can also break down the parliamentary results on regional basis, that will be very great. We did that some hours back, but don't worry, we'll try and make up your request for you. So I will do that. Andy says, I'm following you guys with your updates about the elections. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Jojo from the Volta region says the AC has done a good job so far, and I think the update from the political parties are unnecessary and can unconsciously cause panic. Let's wait for the mandated body to declare the results, you say. This one says, good evening, Citi FM. I'm really enjoying your coverage of the ongoing elections. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Citi TV. Good analysis, good job. But Nathan, this is a question for you. He's asking. I want to ask, don't you think Katamanso should be split? Look at where Kong is, and then Zenu to Katamanso, and you find Santor in the Far East. I'm asking because most people in Santor do not even know the parliamentary candidates. The real action goes on the other part of the constituency. This has led to slow or no development in Santor, you say. This one says, good in-depth discussion. MPP especially should consult you, Nathan, to deal with their headache problem on imposition of candidates on their constituents.
Vivian, and I've been telling my colleagues, for me, the most bizarre case was the Akwetia episode. And I say that the NDC will never win a parliamentary seat in the easiest of ways like this, where it was very open and it was very clear. You see, it wasn't as though the constituents in Akwetia hid their intent. They did not hide their intentions. They stated clearly. They didn't want anybody. They wanted Amase. They wanted Messier Dujenfi. But as to how the party figured that by bringing somebody else, it was going to win the seat, I don't know. And then, like I said, they just gift-wrapped the entire constituency and handed it over to the NDC for them to win without putting in a lot of work. Of course, the NDC must have campaigned, but I wonder if they believed they were going to win. But this was something that the NPP dropped into their lap, and I think that it's the greatest error you can ever make in a parliamentary election. That's why I'm saying, read the mood of the constituents. Bring them who they want. Once you bring them who they want, you win the seat. And it wasn't as though Amase did not have crossover appeal. We went there. Vivian, we saw Bernard's report. Said we had been there before. And people wanted Amase. Both NDC supporters and sympathizers, MPP supporters and sympathizers, because she had done the work. She had the appeal. She had tangible things she could point to. And people were very ready to support. And people were very ready to show the things she had done for them. And then the party took this very strange decision, taking her away. And then you know that even the constituents wanted her to go as an independent candidate. But the party stepped in, said no. I think at that point, they should have realized the game was up. But they did not see it, and then it's gone. Akwetia is gone away from them, at least for the next 4 years.
We'll see whether they are able to get it back. Okay. This one says, Ben from Crowell, he says the media needs to call the security agencies to order. The number of innocent citizens who have died in this year's election, you say, is unprecedented. Well, we don't have figures to that effect. But of course, when there's violence anywhere, and the security must step in immediately to deal with that matter. This one says, I would like to make things clear that the people of Ketu North are totally tied with the Honorable Aveji, who is the MP. He nearly lost a seat because the people are not seeing his impact in the constituency. You say. This one says, this is Abdul Basit from Wa. Yes, I remember during Voters' Diary, he used to make his projections on two constituencies, Laura and Wa. Yes, I believe. Let me see whether he got it right. Yes, he says, hello, Vivian. Remember, I told you Kabul was going down and that Rashid Purple was going to be maintained because of the WA central seat was not for sale to the highest bid. Was not for sale to the highest bidder. Okay, so you got it right. And then this one says, I want the figures for Tema East constituency. Okay, we'll give you that in a bit. Tema East constituency. That seat, the Honorable Titus Glover, the Deputy Minister for Transport, has lost that seat. But I'll give you the figures. I'm sure you want to see the difference. He actually called for a recount. The first, he lost by a couple of numbers. He called for a recount, and after it was done, it was
for Titus Glover, he got 32,320 votes, while Isaac Odampton of the NDC got 41,663. So that was huge.
That was huge.
And this was after he called for the.
That was after he called for the recount. So Isaac, I hope you've gotten the numbers. Nathan, if you can go through the numbers again.
Yes. So the NDC's Isaac Odampton polled 41,663 votes. 41,663. And then Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover, who walked into the race as the incumbent MP, recorded 32,320 votes. 32320. So that's that. The number of rejected ballots, 641, and the valid votes were 75,112.
Okay. So that's it. Another person wants to know the total vote cast for the Honorable Kofi Jamesi for both 2016 and 2020. We'll pull that out and give you those figures in a bit. And a lot of you want us to go through the parliamentary results by region. I'm going to pull that out also in a bit to give you an idea, every region, who got what. About an hour or two ago, we went through all the regions with Bernard and Kojo. So we'll pull that out and run through the regions for you. So give me a few minutes to do that for you. So Ashanti region, we can wrap up with Ashanti region, a stronghold of the MPP.
Yes.
Volta region, I mean, apart from Volta and Oti, let's bundle it together.
Yes.
Apart from seeing the energy ministers passing through nicely in the Hohoi constituency, not much stir has been caused.
Yes. The NDC won the region, 17 out of 18, and you found that. I mean, those who were expected to win did win. Lots of their very strong MPs won. The Jifa Gomashi, James Kulchi Aveji, the others, Okujeto Ablakwa and Co. also won. So there were no major surprises there. I think that Ameu's capture of Hoho is really the talking point, because from a huge position or from a huge deficit, he had to make up the ground, he had to campaign. He was up against really the tide of the region. That is a region that will not necessarily vote for an MPP candidate or an MPP person, but he was on the ground, he worked, and he's been consistent. Look, not a lot of people would want to openly show that, look, I'm for the MPP and operate in the Volta region and be there for that long. But he's done so. And I think that hard work
paid off.
It paid off there. So I don't know how the NDC will see this. They'll have to go back and figure out what it is that he did. But I suspect that a number of things worked for him. One, his targeted campaigning made a lot of sense. A lot of times MPs are very broad with their campaign promise. Oh, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, and I'll do this and I'll do that. He was very targeted. So he located the youth, promised them jobs, and for a lot of people that made a lot of sense. So you are not promising everybody everything, but you are targeting a small group and you are ensuring that you can make it happen. And I mean, checks on the ground, he had supported a few people here and there. For a lot of people, once they could feel that impact, it was enough to tell them that there's a lot more from where this is coming, So if we give this gentleman an opportunity, it won't work for him. And I think that his position as energy minister played a part, of course, access government machinery, and he was always there. He wasn't somebody who was absent from the place. If you speak to people who are there, Ameu is very visible there, and I think he's put in the work and he's been rewarded.
Okay, so we'll see how that goes for him. Good evening, Vivian. Please, did Carlos Ahinkra win? I've not heard anything from his constituency. Nathan will be pulling that out. So quite a lot of requests coming from you guys. You want Carlos Ahinkra, whether he won or lost, we'll give you that and the figures. You also want Savlaluku's seat in the northern region, what's happened with that parliamentary seat. You also want the list of the northern region, who won what for the MPP and the NDC. Will bring you that. Also, Jamesi 2016 and 2020, what his figures are like. And then I'm getting another one. He also wants the northern region as well. So we'll be pulling out all those documents for you. But whilst you're waiting for us to give you details of that, let me direct you to our website, Citi Newsroom Online. That one has the map of the whole country, where the blues are going and where the greens are. So where the NDC won, it's over in the map proper is in there, and for the NDC is in there. So you can get that while we pull everything that you are requesting for us to do. So Nathan, Volta region, interesting one, and then
yes.
Ashanti region,
yes.
also interesting.
We had a texter who wanted Jamesi's.
Yes.
So Jamesi, he polled 23,913. This was in this year's election. That's in Ketu North. Ketu North. So he polled 23,913. 23,913. James Klugia, he won the seat. He got 28,041. So by a difference of about 5 or so thousand there. If you go to 2016, I'm trying to work out the 2016 numbers for our viewers. If you go to Ketu North, I'll get those numbers there. But again, all green there. James Klusia Aveji he's not had any major issues there. Somebody also wanted some information on Carlos Ahinkra. The last update we got from our reporter, Benjamin Nketia, it was still very inconclusive. There were still some issues there, and we'll try and find if things have improved in that part, because some of the constituencies, for example, like Chobu, for example, we know that things are not clear. There are still issues.
Still having their issues there. Our reporter is still there, so immediately we get anything on that, we'll go there as well.
So back to Kofi Jamesi. So in 2016, he got 15,596. 15,596. So he's improved greatly from 15,000 4 years ago. He's now doing 23,000. But of course, James Klusia Aveji also moved from 25,000 to 28,000. So you can see that Jamesi has improved greatly, but not well enough to catch James Klusia Aveji, who's held on to the seat that he won back in 2016.
Okay, so do you have your northern regions, or all the regions, so that if we can quickly go through?
Well, yes, we can.
If you can start with what you have.
Okay, I'll run through what I have. So let's talk about the northern region. This is the new look northern region. It's not as bulky as it used to be. So this the new look northern region. So we know that in Karaga, for example, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, he won the seat. He got 28,335 votes as against the NDC's Adam. Alasan Swalihu Dandawa, he got 19,690. So Karaga has gone the way of the NPP. There were 1,076 rejected ballots. That's high.
A lot.
That is high. That is high. And from the numbers that have come in, some of them point to the fact that a good number of, or a high number of rejected ballots are coming from that part of the country. When the numbers settle, I will dig deep and establish a bit of a trend. But at least from a cursory glance, I have seen rejected ballots in the excess of 2,000 coming from constituencies further up north. I don't know what exactly is going on there.
Do you remember 2016? I think I did some analysis with you on rejected ballots in 2016. Went to the upper East or Seoul
Yes,
region that had the highest.
The highest number of rejected
If you
ballots.
pull out your analysis, if you can give us that at a point.
So that's something that I think we'll get back to and find out what exactly the issue is. Our reporter, I think it was Richard Fogo, was explaining something. This was yesterday when the results started coming in later yesterday. Or later in the day. This was just around the same time yesterday. He was explaining. I mean, he based his explanation on a low level of education and the confusion over positions on the ballot. Positions on the ballot. So he pointed to the fact that the presidential ballot paper was very long. And so in handling it, you could stain the ballot and you could get rejected.
Yeah.
The other bit was that even though the parliamentary poll is short or the ballot paper is short, people are a little confused because they are told, oh, your preferred candidate is position this. But when they see the shortened ballot paper, it's very complex for them to understand, wait, is it the same order? Is it in a different order? Those kinds of things. So I think that's something for the EC, I think, and more of the political parties to think about as they go along. Let's talk about Kumbungu. Those numbers are also here. Dr. Hamza Adam of the NDC, he's won the seat, got 24,278, as against Abdul Salam Hamza Fatau of the NPP, he got 18,243. If you go to Myong, now Myong went the way of the NPP. If you listen to their general secretary yesterday, he mentioned that they had won Myong, and it turned out to be very true because their candidate Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba got 21,552 votes, and the NDC's Abdul Mohammed Aziz got 14,158 votes. You are looking at a total valid vote count of 36,487, votes cast 37,547, and a rejected ballot number of 1,060. 1,060.
Okay.
In Karaga, the rejected numbers were 1,076. This one is 1,060.
Okay.
So a bit of a red flag there.
Okay.
If you go to Nantong, Dr. Salifu Yakubu of the NDC got 12,554, and Mohammed Hadi Tuferu of the NPP got 16,000 votes. So the NPP won in Nantong. If you go to Bimbela went the way of the NPP, that's Dominic Nitiwu's constituency. He got 40,023 votes, and the NDC's Alhaji Mahamadou Atana Tongma got 27,796 votes. And again, red flag, your rejected ballot count in Bimbela was 2,339.
That's a lot. Okay, so in all of the northern region, how many seats have gone to the NDC, and how many? First of all, how many seats are in the northern region? Do we have everything? And what has gone? How many have gone to the NDC?
Okay, so you have Gushegu, Karagat Pandai, Kumbungu, Mion, that's 5. You have Nantong, Bimbela, which is another 2, that makes 7. Wulensi, Saboba, Sagnarigu, Savelugu, Tamale Central, Tamale South, Tatale Sanguli, Tolong, Yendi, and Sabzugu. So you're about 14, 15 or so. I don't know if my arithmetic is right there, But you have a lot of it going the way of the NDC, and I'll get you specific numbers as soon as I can.
Okay.
Work.
So whilst you are getting me those numbers, let me go to another constituency in the Greater Accra region that has been going back and forth over issues to do with coalition and Trouble constituency. Moses Anim is the guy who has won the elections there. But let's get more from our correspondent, Akosia Ochre. Akosia, if you can hear me, welcome to the Election Bureau. Have they finally collated the results? And we know Moses Anim is ahead as he won, and has that been announced officially?
All right, thank you very much, Vivian, and thank you to your listeners. Yes, at about an hour ago, the collation and the declaration of results came to an end. Honorable Moses Anim, who is the incumbent member of parliament for the Trouble constituency, was declared the winner for the elections here. So this makes the third sitting member of parliament for this particular constituency. He won in 2012 and won in the 2016 elections, and of course winning this one. Most of the constituents in this particular constituency are excited about this particular election and the win for Moses Inim. Well, what I can say is that the process that is throughout from voting to the coalition at the coalition center, which happened at the St. John's Grammar School, was not really a smooth one. It was described as slow by the polling agents and some of the constituents who came there to observe. And after yesterday, 12 a.m., the coalition started. But then most of the polling agents or presiding officers of the various institutions who were supposed to be submitting their, who were supposed to be submitting their information to the officers had left their ballot boxes and had gone home to sleep. So they came to the coalition center this early morning, and then some came at about 12 p.m. to do their submission of votes. Well, so because of that, a lot of delays had been enacted throughout the day. That is from yesterday 12 a.m. to about 4 p.m. when the process to being able to declare the results had begun. A lot of people were not too excited, so constituents could not even come to the coalition center to witness whatever is going on. But what I can say is that at this moment, he had been declared, and I was as his resident, most of the constituents who had voted for him, some supporters of the NPP were there to welcome him. He spoke to the media, and he had a lot of things to me and then my other colleagues from other media houses.
Right, so we'll take that footage, him addressing the media right after his victory. But of course, thank you so much.
Is the Lord. Yeah. As I told you that others prepare themselves with weapons, horses, whatever. And we believe that God will be victory, that we were going to win massively for the president and also for myself and the party. And at the end of the day, we won massively. Let me thank MC Honorable Dr. Dankra for standing firmly behind the party, the constituency, behind all of us. Let me thank the constituency chairman and the rest of the executives. Let me also thank our coordinators, our police station executives, the voluntary groups, the identifiable groups, the members, supporters, and everybody who played an immense role in ensuring that we had this overwhelming victory. About 60% for Ghanaians to choose all the time to rule this country.
Okay, you seem to have a lot of supporters rallying behind you in your constituency. What do you think you are doing right?
Well, I told you whatever we do is the direction given to us by the Almighty God. It is not by our might, it is not by our sense, it is not by our knowledge or ability. It is the grace of the Almighty God who has given us the opportunity to serve and is guiding us to it. For me, that is all. We have a good heart and serve the MPP as a whole, the municipality, the MC, the constituency executive. Everybody has a good heart, and our drive to serve this country regardless and doing the right things regardless is what motivates others to follow suit. But for us, it is just the grace of God that has given us that opportunity to serve, and it's changing things around for us to move forward.
Honorable, your people have given you 4-year mandate. What should they expect in the next 4 years to come?
I've told you our major challenges are road networks, which of course we've had a lot of contractors being approved and given contract to work. Some are on site working, some are yet to come. So the next move which we are going to do is to pursue those who have contracts and they've not reported. We're going to pursue them and vigorously as much as we can to get them back to work so that they will be seen work. Before you exit this room, you see a contractor on site who have started the place. We will continue. Today he was on site. We will continue doing that. We will pursue that. Then also we are
So the Honorable Moses Enima retaining his seat for Trobo constituency after hours of back and forth over issues to do with coalition and all that, he has been finally declared as the winner for that constituency. Let's now start giving you some of the regions in terms of which party is getting what. We just did a bit on the northern region, Ethan. You are wrapping up on the northern region. I can see you're still getting the figures.
Yes.
You can start with what you have. But in a bit, we'll go to the western region. We have the collated results from there to give you an idea of that region, what it looks like for both parties. Nathan.
Okay, so let's start with Gushegu. That's the first on my list. Now, Gushegu had Hassan Tampuli, who's head of the MPA. So he won that seat. It was a close race. He got 30,401 votes as against Mohammed Yusuf Mali of the NDC. He got 28,055. So you can put Gushegu down as going to the MPP. So that's one for the MPP. I've mentioned Karaga. Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam won that. So that's another one for the MPP. So Gushegu and Karaga. I have to confirm Pandai, that's Matthew Nyindam and Daniel Wakpal. I'll confirm that for you. But Kumbungu went the way of the NDC. So we can know that, Dr. Hamza Adam. Mion went the way of the NPP. And Nanton went the way of the MPP as well. Okay. But then Bimbila also went the way of the NPP.
And somebody asked for Bimbila, so now you know where it went.
Bimbila, that's Dominic Nitiwu's constituency. Now you go to a place like Wolensi. Wolensi went the way of the NDC. Dauni Abukari, he won that seat. He had to hold off competition from Thomas Donko Ogaja there. That was a very close race. Then Saboba also went the way of the NDC. So that's Bukari Joseph Nikpe, and then he went past Abraham Jawo. So that's Wolensi Saboba. Sagnarigu, that's A.B. Efuseni's constituency. That went in his favor as well. Went past Felicia Tete. And then Savelugu, I need to confirm Savelugu for you. But if you go to Tamale Central, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, he went past Dr. Ibrahim Anyas, who's head of NAPCO. Yes, who's head of NAPCO. It didn't really work out for him, but good effort there. Tamale North, that's Alassane Suhini's constituency. He won that, went past Alassane Dahamani. And then Tamale South went the way of the NDC. That's Haruna Idris's constituency. That's Haruna Idris, strong character. Obviously was going to give a strong showing. And then Tatale Sanguli went the way of the NPP. Tatale Sanguli went the way of the NPP. Then you have Tolong going the way of the NPP too. Then you have Yendi going the way of the NPP. That's where Umar Farouk Aliyu Mahama, that's where he. So we have a good chunk of the numbers that have come in from the new northern region, as I choose to call it, because it doesn't contain the parts of northeastern Savannah anymore. So it's a new look northern region.
Okay, so northeast, we are told the MPP failed to secure its 6/6 mantra. The MPP, however, has won 4 seats out of the 6 seats in the Northeast region. This is a shortfall to its earlier target of winning all the 6 seats in the region. Now, the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba constituency and the Pumpurgu constituency, whilst Yagaba, Kobori, Chreponi, Yoyo, and Wale have been taken by the MPP.
So you mentioned that Bumpurugu went the way of...
Bumpurugu went the way of the MPP. So the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba constituency, and of course, yes, and the Bumpurugu constituency. So the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba and then Bumpurugu constituency. But Yagaba, Kubori, and Chereponi, and Yonyo, and Wale have been taken over by the NPP.
Yes, I mean, Wale, that's where the vice president comes from. And you can tell that his impact on that part is quite strong. You know, 4 years ago, Dr. Bawumia would have been seen all over the country holding the lectures, the presentations. He was the starman of the campaign. This year, he's done that, but not on the grand scale as 4 years ago. Look, in the last few weeks before the elections, he spent his time there in that part of the country, going to Savannah, Northeast, Northing, those places. And you can tell that going round has helped, because for the MPP to pick up 4 out of 6 in Northeast, yes, they'll say that it's a short of their target of 6 out of 6, but it's still a very, very remarkable achievement, because every election year brings its own challenges. And so to go there, and I feel that for the vice president, it was important that he was seen there, because the work of vice president can take you all over the place and take you quite far from your home region through no fault of yours. You have to serve your country. That's completely understandable. But I love the fact that he went around, stayed there in the last few weeks or days towards the election, and managed to put his imprint there and give the MPP some good numbers or some good seats in that part of the country. So thumbs up to that. And we wish the MPs the very, very best. And congrats. I mean, it was a good effort, winning 4 out of 6 in a newly created region. That's some good work.
Okay. Let me take you through the winners and the losers there. Haja Alima Mahama, she lost the Nalerugu Gambaga constituency seat. She was the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development. She actually lost the seat to Alhaji Baba Seidu Isifo, a businessman who is her cousin also. I remember when we did the report. So a very interesting one. He, at the time when we did the constituency radar, said he felt he had done much more than her, who was supposed to be a minister. And I think his victory speech, he's also saying that he would audit the contracts. You know, she's building a number of roads and bridges. He's going to audit those contracts as well. So we'll see how that goes. Now, Bumpurugu constituency, the incumbent Solomon Boa lost to Abednego Bandem of the NDC. Solomon Boa, he was the